Hello, good morning, good morning. Thinking of taking a gold sell position if we can break below support over here. But I might have to wait for a little bit more additional confirmation. I have to wait for maybe some kind of like additional supports before maybe even get in a bit earlier. I'll wait for this support here to be formed first. See if we can get a candlestick first close bullish. I would like to see like a strong bullish closure would be nice. A couple more candles to close bullish before breaking the lows there. We are currently moving down on the daily time frame. It's getting a strong closure. So if this candlestick here breaks the lows, should be getting stuck in. We just got the new hourly candlestick open up too. All right, beautiful. Nice. I want to see if we can get a fake out above these highs. It's actually good that it pushed up. Feels like it's trying to recover from the sells earlier. See if we can take out some orders there by the highs. See if we can get price to come down. But candlestick seems to be closing above. Still quite anticipating that a price will reject the zone. And we can get the next candlesticks. Start forming something like that. Come down. Break these lows and then continue to come down bearish. But if that doesn't happen, then we'll see where this retracement here goes. Daily is about to flip. Yeah, daily bias here. Dude, let's see one thing on the daily time frame. All right, the daily candlestick broke above. No bottom wick on the previous daily candle over there. Daily bias is still bearish. We're overall stuck inside of a range too. A much bigger range over here on gold. We're starting to flip. You see daily bias is starting to flip. That daily could be recovering. It could have just been creating also for the Asia session a daily bottom wick before price starts to move up again. I'm going to actually remove this position over here. It's going to need to reset. So right now, basically this is what we're holding. We got resistance up here. We got support. We're just kind of stuck within that range. Pretty decent range, about like 500 points, 500 pips. It's creating a pretty strong support area here. Could be a reversal play as well for these previous sellers. You can see a lot of selling pressure came in during that Asia time, especially that market open time. Candlestick just completely melted here around 710 pips. See, just this small liquidity grab below the lows. It's trying to force its way up here. See, small liquidity grab. It could be trying to distribute to the upside there, so it's just gotta be really patient. It's already in a distribution to the upside, actually. I think it just had that push right over here. It just did about like 40 pips off this minor accumulation. Right there, about like 40 pips. So it didn't break the low. Like, you know, we thought we were going to break the low, but did not get a break of the lows. So that means no entry. No entry. We don't have a sell setup over here. I'm looking currently for a sell setup. You see lots of wicks. Don't really like the market condition. Yeah, it could be better. It could be definitely better. It is kind of volatile as well. See loads of wicks within this region, so good eye. Yeah, loads of wicks. It's mostly creating a demand though. So we mostly have a demand with all of these rejection points right over here. It's mostly a demand zone. So we'll see if we can actually get the follow through to the upside. We're on the verge of trending. You see it's flipping here by 0.40%. So we're down back to be bearish. Oh, today you got lazy miss to A plus entries. Now took a small NAS small win. What was a B plus setup? Just a shotgun, no other confluences. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing, you know, you wake up late sometimes, you kind of miss a move. I almost like started stream late as well today. Started stream late, so I could have easily missed this move. The move that happens at 2:55 a.m. Eastern. So now I'm still waiting to see what we can cook up here, Goldie. It's not gonna be the easiest market conditions, you know. It's quite a cloudy day over here today. We got a few Columbus clouds here in the sky, and you know, we can expect a few bumpiness on this flight here today. Just a tad bit of bumpiness, but we are currently at that resistance there on the 5-minute. Would like to see something a little bit more clear. Since Asia opened, you can see price just completely tanked and then broke into a sideways range. So we just had a big sell-off and then into a sideways range. Not the funnest market conditions to be trading in, but you know, I think we can get away with something over here, provided that the setup is clean, that it's clear. This would have been a clear setup right over here, especially if the candlestick started to move down from this point and then re-break the lows. That would have been pretty good. But you see, just paid out the buyers, and now it's coming back in to rebalance that area, see if there's any more buyers willing to get into the market. We see we got another reaction, and we're just waiting to see what price wants to do. Are you looking for clean traffic? Yes, sir. Clean traffic would be good to see. Right now, we don't have any clean traffic. Got some resistance points here, 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 here. Nothing too interesting. We got some maybe clean range over here, but we also got a wick. A wick that we need to look out for. It's overall not. It's not the cleanest. It's not the cleanest. So, yeah, I guess this is when you're trading lower time frames and you're just expecting that the lower time frames can at least give you that push, right? We're about 10 minutes into the London Open. Hasn't done much. London just had one playthrough right here, which was basically a London Open buy. So it did have one set up on this hourly candlestick. We did have a TFX confirmation for buy, but not yet the sell. See, we just created a resistance there on the 5-minute time frame too. You caught a trade earlier today. Let me get this out. Could be a small little fake out happening above those highs. Well, kind of would be like a fake out, but see what happens here. Let's see if candlestick can pull up. What I would like to see is a candlestick pull up. I really want to see the sellers come in here today. So we'll see if this can happen. Candlestick pull up, create some kind of a resistance would be nice. It's a little volatile because the area we're trading in is sort of tight. It's kind of like a tight zone. Yeah, this candle here closes. Would be nice if it pushed up a bit more on the 5 minute. 5 minute, see, it's trying another liquidity grab. It's doing that liquidity grab thing. It's trying to push up here as well. Taking out lows and then trying to rip back upwards. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Where's that rejection coming from? Fat rejection to the upside. I'm waiting for this candle here to close. I want to see this candle here close first before anything, but we just got a fat rejection to the upside. Oh, okay. What is it already distributing? Seriously? Just closed there. It's attempting another liquidity grab, so it shouldn't actually re-break these lows. But let me see how that's going to come out. Yeah, I'm going to get in if it re-breaks these lows over here. But it shouldn't re-break the lows if it doesn't want to move down. That's how this looks on the 5 minute. Ooh, quite difficult move. It looks so choppy. New 5 minute candle is about to open up here too. This one's about to close. Five-minute creating top wick. I think I'll give it a shot. Or wait for a better setup. Gotta wait for a better setup. Damn, this thing's so choppy right here. I don't like the looks of those wicks. That's not clean. That is not clean. Yeah, I might have to wait a bit longer. Although I do see something cooking up there. Gotta wait and see how this candle's here close. Right next to this support. I don't like this action. Yeah, it's a serious one here. It's like I see the move. I see the move setting up. It's not the cleanest move. I also see a lot of like indecision in the way those 1 minute candles are printing and wicking like this. You know, like we took a liquidity grab, then we pushed up, and then we came down, liquidity grab below here, pulled up, and then just the overall characteristic of it is just not appetizing of how that's forming. It's better, it's almost like better to wait for something a little bit cleaner. And it like pulls up. Let it retest. Let it retest the highs. I think if it retests the highs, at least next time it comes down here, we can get some commitment. Commitment that it wants to push down. Because at the moment it is trying to push up. It's just struggling to push up. It's just finding a difficult time to find orders to push up. But the market wants to push up. So even like a move like this, we're gonna see how it's gonna play out here. Where like each market condition is unique. So as candlesticks are printing, you see this candle has created a top wick on the 5-minute. If it reflips and breaks those lows on the 5-minute, we could see a much larger push to the downside. So that's kind of what I would be expecting in terms of volume to be coming in there. You see that 5-minute? It would be such an aggressive flip if this 5-minute candle here was to reflip and then break its previous candle lows. We could actually sometimes expect a really big move out of that, like a really aggressive push to the downside, if that was to be the case. All right, so candlestick is pulling up. All right, nice, nice. Looking a little bit better. It is a given market time to set up is always a good idea. Not really rushing into the position. See, it's trying to pull up. It's trying to pull up. They just got to be patient. We shouldn't be coming back down to these lows if it's not going to push down or retest this area. Right here, we got like a support. We got resistance. So you see we're at the top of this minor accumulation currently. Top of minor accumulation, right? So at the top over here, we're going to see if it can continue to move up bullish or not. If it can't, then, you know, we're going to look for some shorts. There's head and shoulders everywhere, bro. Yeah, if it's the markets are consolidating, don't even use any patterns. Don't use patterns because, I mean, it's consolidated. In the consolidation, it's going to show you so many confirmations of different things. So usually when price is consolidating, we just say it's, you know, moving sideways. It's because a lot of the time what typically also happens to people with consolidations is they know the market might not be ideal for them to be trading, but they start to see these things. The market starts to show them these confirmations, and they end up taking trades which they shouldn't have taken. This is real interesting. It's a bit volatile. You can see the way the price action is right now, the way the candlestick movement is. It's trying to break out of the area it's stuck in over here. We just got a candlestick close above resistance, a little bit of a shotgun entry confirmation, but obviously there's no range on the left hand side. Only got like a kind of a wick fill situation over here. No range. Let's see if we can get some kind of fake outs to happen or just watch. Just keep watching. I'm waiting for it down here. If it can make its way on downwards. Hopefully with a new 5-minute candlestick open and then breaks, that'll be much better. Because that candle to come down is, oh, it's going to be a massive candle, you know, it's going to be a huge fake out. If this candlestick here fakes out that previous candle buy, it's going to be huge. It could be a huge fake out. Because to do something like this, So I would want this to do that and then take those orders, fake these candlesticks out. See, this area is going to become a fake out. Then the next candle to rip down. Then we're going to probably see like some kind of a runner there. So that's what I am anticipating. You see right here. It's got to do a lot of heavy lifting on the left-hand side. A lot of heavy lifting here. But should we just take it like this or yeah, and since it broke up so aggressively, I don't know about the structure. Let me invert the scale. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I think I'm gonna wait for some kind of a head and shoulders pattern, possibly. Come in like this and then do something like that. Yeah, I think that would be the best play. That would be the best play, just to wait for a bit more structure. So let it come down and then do this. It's gonna be tricky, right? It's gonna be real tricky to get distribution out of this right now with the daily time frame, which is bearish. Those already one, as I mentioned, that happened right here, like 46 plus pips, 40 plus pips. But with the daily bias, we haven't yet gotten set up here with the daily bias yet. That's gonna be the tricky part, but let's just see. Gotta wait and see what a Forrest Gump, you know, life's a box of chocolates. You never really know what you're gonna get inside. So right now we don't know. Like, we see the box, right? We see the market doing its thing. We don't know what we're gonna get inside yet until it actually like properly sets up. Yeah, you're gonna have a pretty good idea then. So I'm gonna wait for it. Come down. You see, it's coming down. At the same time, it's like these buys are struggling. They want to push it up, but they're struggling, man. They're really struggling. I can see those liquidity grabs and how price is pushing up. It's kind of failing. You see a 5-minute candle here pushed up, closed out even a top, like barely a top wick. Barely a top wick on that one. So definitely is struggling a bit. Then next candlestick came down, retraced down. Next one pushed up, broke above resistance. Next candlestick starting to pull down again. So again, if it comes down to re-break these lows, that means we're coming back down into the gulag area again. It'd be nice to create a support over there. That is the boat. That is the boat. It is trying to get out. Real choppy conditions. I think he just created that support. Let's see. Yeah, it seems like it did create that support. Oh, would have been a nicer. It could have created a nicer bit of structure there. I'm kind of expecting some kind of a for this setup, some kind of a resistance right next to this zone would be nice. We push it up a bit more to retest that area by 50-40ish and then continue to move downwards. The candle is pushing up. Very good. US 100 also looking a bit choppy there as well. Nice retesting. We're retesting that 50-40ish area. That's what I want to see. All right, now let's see if now this can become that potential kind of like right shoulder for this setup. You know, I'm kind of ignoring whenever I trade. I'm kind of trying to ignore what's happening here as well, because I know there's a lot of noise back over here. Trying to trade this as if market conditions are somewhat decent and looking for the confirmations that I need to see. I'm trying to ignore what's happening over there. But obviously that's going to play a role into what I can expect too. But we got a small little fake out situation that happened right over here. Boom. So I think price came up, faked out, created a support, and then re-break of those highs or those lows actually. Loki would like it to even come down, create another support here, and then break. The more time it takes, the better. Still not 100% convinced, but I do see there's a potential setup there. It might warrant a little bit of a longer wait though, to be honest, just given the kind of overall market condition. It may warrant a bit of a wait down towards 50.32. Just to be sure, you know, just to be sure. This is one of the variables I hate. You know, like every strategy is gonna have different variables to how it's gonna look. All right, like every strategy has this. This is definitely one of the more difficult variables. Is that daily even pushing really that much? Because the previous daily also closed bullish, you know what I mean? So it's not like we're crazy bearish right now. It wouldn't take much for the daily to come and trigger that position, actually, if you look at it. The distance is not that big. We're not crazy bearish here on the daily. Only thing is, like, this could be a fake out because it closed above resistance. There on the daily. Let me lock in here. On the next 15. Oh, we're getting a 30 open soon. Oh man, that would be crazy actually. That 15 would be reflipping. If it was actually to tank right now, that thing would reflip. Starts breaking its lows. Oh, that could be heavy. Quite a heavy sell. But yeah, that 15 does look quite strong right now. It looks quite bullish. You see it's liquidity grabbing right here. Every time it breaks these lows, it's like pulling up. Also here, it's attempting to pull up again. It's attempting to get those grabs. For some reason, the buyers aren't doing it. Or what they're waiting for. Maybe this is going to be the distribution right here too. Liquidity grab towards the highs. Seems like it was setting up a bit earlier. I think I will take this one if it breaks the lows. See if we can break the low on this candle though. Because see, we just did a liquidity grab towards the highs. Start closing. Oh man, all right, let's see. Can we break? Let's break. New 30 just opened. Break or wait? Probably wait, right? Sheesh, so choppy, so choppy. You gotta look at all angles. I don't like the way it's making me feel. Because it's a fine line between following the strategy and... Okay, now it's starting to break. Let me see what happened, actually. Because strategy here, it's not 100% clear. Gotta wait for something a bit more convincing. I like that liquidity grab that it just did above those highs though in the 1 minute, but yeah, I wouldn't mind something a little bit more convincing. something a little bit more convincing from that move. Because even this candle didn't break, you know, like this candle was like a low volume candle. So it did not break. It's a good thing I didn't take it. Kind of like try and avoid a whip here. I think that's a key thing about this general region that we're in right now, is to see how to avoid as many of these whips as possible. That's the number one thing. Yeah, it's trying to get a liquidity grab. Let me see if it just did one again. Yeah, I did one on the 5 minute again. It just did another liquidity grab. That's what I'm trying to avoid here. You see this? It keeps doing this. Every time it breaks the lows, the candles start to pull up. So it's trying to generate liquidity, or it's trying to stick in sellers here so price can move up in the opposite direction. Because for price to move up, we need sellers. So that's what it's currently trying to do. Wait, that SMA there, what's this? SMA there, no good also. You would be faked out, good call. Yeah. It's a W, even like missing, avoiding a fakie like this. Exactly, that SMA was right there too. SMA was right there too. So we're just giving ourselves a better probability for when the next one comes in, that one plays out. The market's still kind of deciding what direction to go. Hopefully it's just not rangy all day. I mean, today is Tuesday. It's Tuesday and we have core retail sales only today to actually look out for. That's the only red folder that we got. Besides from that, yeah, we should be in the clear. Besides from core retail sales. I got Japanese bank holiday all day. So if you're trading like something like the yen, that's going to be getting affected. Red folder week, baby. Got the NFP this week. So we'll see what happens here. I want to see if maybe we can create some kind of a support within this area. It's going to give it another shot. You see, even if it wanted to move down, why didn't it just move down there? It wanted to pull up first for XY reasons. So let me see. Because now we're coming to retest that zone again. See if it like pulls up. That's going to look a little bit interesting. See, every moment in the market is unique. Remember, guys, Mark Douglas. Every moment in the market is unique. So every candle is unique, man. You got like a fake out situation that happens quickly. That's a unique situation. That's a unique confluence that you can potentially use as a kind of like a hint from the market. What's going to do next? Every moment's unique. All right, so I'm feeling a little bit better about this move. Yeah, I think at the break of the lows, would feel a lot better about this kind of a structure that we have here. 5 minutes closing right now. We're massively rejecting the zone. As you can see, we have multiple rejection wicks. So eventually the buyers are going to succumb to this level and price should push down if that's the case. So you see, we've tested the zone many times, multiple times, and we've rejected it so many times. So if we don't start breaking above it, then what's the probability that we just reject it and then just completely melt? You know what I mean? Like, look at how many times we've tested 50-40 over there. So even this candlestick pulling up like this, will create a nice top wick there on the 5 minute. Get a re-break of the lows. So that would be the point in time I would expect this thing to roll over. See on the 5 minute. Oh yeah, the 1 hour would be closed. Oh, look at this. The hourly candle will be reflipping too. We will be reflipping on the entries. So we should get that HTF volume coming on the hourly rejection points here as well. 30 minute would be flipping and re-breaking its own lows there on that entry. So I think that would also should carry some good volume in. 30 minute reflip, rejection wicks by the highs. 15 minute also would be reflipping over here too. rejecting that 8 SMA, I suppose. 5-minute would be re-breaking the previous lows. So yeah, we do have a bit of confluence on the HTF that could bring in some volume here at the break of the lows. Nice if we create some kind of a resistance here too before breaking. It's time to break the highs again. Buyers are making a run for it. They're trying to push themselves out of this predicament here. They're distributing it to the upside now. Again, they're not doing the distribution to the downside. They're trying to push it up. See, that's how it looks. That's how it looked like if it was a sell. But you see, it's a buy right now. They're trying to push out of here. They keep failing. Like every time they get a break. Oh, there we go. Okay, now it's pushed up. I thought that was gonna rip back in. Like, what's the point of all of this, man? Like, if you're gonna sell, just sell. Why so many attempts to break the highs and then do nothing? Okay, it's getting out of the zone. It's gone. It's getting out of the zone. But you know, it's like, it's still overall in a very sticky area, gold right now. Session bias could be bullish. Was got a car accident. He's in the hospital. Wow, really? I hope he gets well. Hope he gets well, man. What's the odds? What's the probability of that? Best wishes, man. He's kind of been unlucky. He was in the hospital not too long ago as well for food poisoning, right? And it's 2026. What a way to start the year, I guess. Let's see. See. 1606. Let Goldie distribute. Let it try and get out of this zone right now. The only thing is it's not trending anymore. Now the daily is actually down like about 0.27%. Gotta create a daily bottom wick. See if that thing reflips. If it reflips, maybe we could get a flip of the London session bias. We haven't had one of those in a while, where the daily was bearish and then reflipped completely bullish. So we'd see candlesticks move up until maybe roughly until this mark. I'd like to say like 50.79. But the pushes can be quite aggressive. They can be quite fast, quite aggressive. Last time we had a similar situation, I believe this was in January or sometime December. London session just, really flipped on that daily. Then we ended up catching like a buy much later on. Could be a similar situation here. The thing is, the market just needs to move right now. It needs to get out of the zone and just move. If it wants to move up bullish, then awesome. Let it reflip here by 50.59 on that daily time frame. The daily reflip by that mark, and then see if we can get like a nice little wick fill or range fill over here. All right, so as we wait, let's get out the newspaper over here, kick our feet up the desk, and see what's moving markets, I guess. All right, gold eases from over 1 week high. Gold fell towards 50.30 per ounce on Tuesday as investors booked profits after prices climbed to an over 1 week high in the previous session. Market attention has now shifted to key U.S. economic releases this week, particularly the NFP farm payrolls and inflation data, which could provide further guidance on the outlook of monetary policy. Standard markets are currently pricing in at least a 225 basis point rate cut this year, which is also standard, keeping expectations for easing monetary policy broadly supportive for bullion, mostly happening in June, July. On the rate decisions there, official sector demand also remains strong, with China's central bank extending its gold purchases for the 15th consecutive month. All right. So it does look kind of bullish. It does look still bullish to me. Additionally, geopolitical risks continue to underpin safe haven demand. Tensions between the US and Iran persist despite signs of diplomatic progress. I think on poly markets, there's a bet currently going on that the US is going to attack Iran by June. They're going to send some missiles over there. Oh, they're going to send the discombobulator. It's Trump's weapon. With Washington warning US flagged vessels to stay away from Iranian waters. Interesting. Yeah, that's going to be a nice catalyst for the summer months over there. Gold falls on possible technical correction. It's technical correction here. So gold falls early Asia trade on possible technical correction. Precious metal is in a consolidation pattern. See, we can all see this with a $5,000 ounce as a major level. Geopolitical risk, central bank buying, and a softer dollar providing support. While this week's U.S. non-farm payroll, CPI, and U.S.-Iran talks could break the sideways trend. It's true. This week, macro fundamentally, we don't have that much. It's like more waiting. It's more of like a waiting week. It's more of a waiting week as we wait for red folder events and maybe some potential escalations here. We're going to see geopolitical escalations. Let's see, gold climbs back above over $5,000 a troy ounce. Claws back. Gold futures claw back over $5,000 a troy ounce mark, rising 4 out of the past 5 trading sessions. Trend of the dollar is actually growing weaker, making gold once again an attractive safe haven asset, with some analysts forecasting that gold futures have room to return to record highs. Yeah, I think how gold proceeds depends on how new jobs data looks once it's released this week. All right, nice. So I guess we're about to get a daily flip over here by 50.59. It is currently in a distribution. You see, that's what the buyers are trying to do. They're trying to break out of the zone. That's why you could see that they were attempting to grab a lot of liquidity below the lows right over there too, to try and break above that zone. The whole idea of that area was to avoid as many of the fake outs as possible if you're looking for a sell, because the session bias could just be bullish. So it's a good thing it didn't do any aggressive liquidity grabs. Oh, I didn't even notice that candlestick came down, created like a support. Yeah, you see, it didn't even, it could have done a pretty heavy liquidity grab below like 50.33, but it did not. But we still got a support to be formed. I was still going to be waiting for this candle here to break the low anyway, get something of the sort like this, and then see it melt off. But instead we got the opposite. Oh, the opposite of that. No, like rebroke the lows. Oh, I guess the highs just inverted the scale. Because sometimes you're gonna see, like if you invert the scale, you kind of like see it a bit differently. It kind of helps you see it a bit more clearly. So it's a nice trick I like to use. Some people are also really good at just seeing sells, so you can just flip it if you're looking for your buy confirmations. Yeah, we're starting to retest about 50.55. Try of the daily flip over here. We just need to push up an additional 76 more pips. It's quite light work for the market. Breaks above that zone. We can start breaking into our... Fuck, even on the 15 there's no clean range. 30-minute has some kind of a rejection wick from the market open right over here. So it's, if anything, it's more like a wick fill situation for candlesticks to move up. Wick fill, you see there's a huge difference. You gotta look and see like difference between a wick fill and range. In a sense, it's almost like a range you can consider, because if you go on the lower time frame, possibly you're gonna see some candlesticks look like that. Candles moving up is gonna create a range, but you see in this case it's more of like it's a wick fill. So wick fill, we're gonna see it more on the, let's say from the 5-minute, and like from the 5-minute. If you keep going down, you're gonna see some ranges. But I would say in this situation the range is quite far away, so I don't think on the 1-minute it makes sense to even consider as a range. See, this hourly candle has moved up, predominantly bullish signals. It's gonna close in about 10 minutes. This hourly has already had its move. Now it's a job for that next hourly to open. And then go based off this momentum that we currently have of the previous hourly to keep attempting to move up bullish. Maybe retest around like 50.80. If we flip there on the daily, then we're going to be looking at targets by potentially 5,200. Yeah, roughly we can say like 5,200 and beyond. But we got red folders to keep in mind. Maybe like it's well within striking distance of 52, 5,300. But I guess it also it depends on kind of core retail sales. If we're gonna wait for the core retail sales before that movement by that's like 8:30, but obviously markets are gonna trend upwards by New York session open anyway. Naturally, if the daily is gonna close bullish, it's gonna start moving throughout that New York open. So yeah, just keep in mind that core retail sales if you're gonna be trading NY. But that's a target. That's a target. That's an analysis. At this point, if we're not moving down anymore, I guess that's just a daily bottom wick that has been formed. So what we're really waiting for, I guess, is going to be that daily flip. Get that daily flip and get some motion in. It's going to be a much larger breakout too from this area. Now we've kind of extended, so we have a range high. Right here, we got our range low. Okay, now the secondary, like, resistance here. Pulling down, pulling down. Imagine if we get the daily flip back bearish again. What's the point of like these buys? Let's go, man. If you want to flip on the daily, let's flip right now. They really struggle. They really struggle to retest that high by 50.54. Let's see. Maybe there's orders there, you know? Like, that's the thing about the market. It's like, you never always going to know like 100% what's going on right there. But there have been orders there. Maybe someone wanted to get a feel for some short positions. Maybe the market wanted to go down, but it gets buyers involved so that it can move down. You know, so anything can happen. Right now, we're down about 0.30%. We might get that daily reflip back bearish again properly. That daily trend. This is gonna be a huge fake out to the downside. You reckon some big whips coming in? Gotta wait, I guess. If it flips, it flips. If it flips, we know where it's going and we know what to expect. If it flips bullish, if it comes down, then you know, business as usual. We just look for the same opportunities we were looking for before. Means maybe it just needed to correct or mitigate. Could be anything. You know, our job is not to speculate though. Our job is just to come, execute, and then consistently produce results. That's all that we gotta do, right? You gotta leave the speculation for the analysts over there. Let's see, anything else? Not much. The macro fundamentals are saying that price is just waiting right now, so we're just kind of waiting with everybody else. Overall market conditions are kind of stagnant. Let's see, what's US 100 doing? US 100 is down negative 0.7%. Yeah, very choppy market conditions. US 100 looks like trash, to be honest. You don't want to be getting involved in this. Lots of ranges, lots of barcoding. Let's see what the daily time frame. Daily time frame is currently bearish, obviously, but it's more of like a doji. But US 100 is an interesting opportunity because it's stuck within a weekly range. So you got like support down here, you got resistance up over here. It's a huge accumulation zone. So US 100 is gonna have a really big move. We're gonna either break above like 26,309 or break down below 23,800. If we break down below 23,800, we can expect like a much deeper pullback, which could make it more interesting for investors and position holders if price action starts to do something of the sort. Break outside of that accumulation, and then it'll have a much larger dip. Create some good price points such as this right over here. That's what it's currently doing right now. So you can see it's the same thing that happened here. Boom, boom. It accumulated, it stopped for a while, and then completely dumped, right? So we're having similar situation happening here. It's kind of like stopped. So you're either going to like break the lows and then dump, or break the highs and then continue the bull run. Because I believe this is the all-time highs. These are all-time highs. See, this thing is mainly going up anyway. So, but the intraday time frames don't look too appetizing on US 100. I'll probably stay away from this. Also, there's no ranges on the left-hand side. On this instrument, you can see we got resistance here. Maybe if actually we break above 25,280, then you have 25,280-ish. Then you gotta have like a little bit of room over there. Maybe like 26 pips, I think that is. 26 pips to the upside. That's only clean range. And then sells below, you got a support here. So you got like support here and here. You got resistance here and here. And then now this is gonna now become, let's say, like a no trade zone. As of right now, based off how that structure is formed, it's like a no trade zone on US 100. Let's see what's gonna happen, Goldie. Come on, give us something, man. 0.30% down on the daily. Waiting for this thing to come down a bit more. Give me a little bit direction. It's range bound, so if we just tap the highs of the range, you know, there's multiple ranges here and here, right? So if we retap the high of the range, we should come down to retest these lows, correct? Like that's just the way the market's moving right now. So if we get like a sell price comes down like this and get some confirmations, we're probably going to be looking to retest the lows. You can see right now that it's quite a strong battle for the buyers to hold steady that $5,000 mark, which is right here. You can see how we dumped into it during the Asia session. Right into 5k, boom, buyers came back in, pulling it up, because this is like a pride, you know, that's a pride of the buyers here, that they have 5k and they're holding 5k as of now. Sellers would love to take 5k, because below 5k there's really nothing much. You just kind of go into an abyss for a bit until like 4,900, I guess. It's quite a big dip. So I do see us playing around this 5k mark, like flirting around this area for the rest of the week up ahead. As also those red folders are getting released, it could be a potential price action to anticipate. This thing's coming down. Nice. All right, so we're about to trend again here, guys. Daily bias is about to flip. Might end up catching those sells again. Well, that was a beautiful distribution though, nonetheless. Like these buyers over here, they got like 130 plus. The buyers got a very nice distribution up towards the top of the range. On you can see right here, the top of the range here. Now it's coming back to buy place. This is where like had previous buyers, remember? So it's coming back, also retest that zone. Might see some little bit of bullishness as we're coming back to retest that zone. So the previous buy orders were coming out from. Let's see if we can keep moving down. At least it's opened up. The thing I like about it is at least it's opened up. Candlesticks are moving now. Kind of broke away from that section right here. That was going to be a lot more difficult to trade. Yeah, quite interesting. I should have didn't follow my rules. Oh, the buy. Oh, what do you mean? You would have caught the buy? But you didn't follow your rules? Oh, that what you're saying? Yeah, it would have been a nice buy. If that's what you mean over here. It would have been a good buy. But you see, we can say that now comfortably in hindsight. After it's already happened, we can look at it and be like, yeah, it would have been a good trade. But in the moment, you know, this is what you got to deal with here in the moment. You got to deal with, okay, like you got a lot of choppiness. You know, you're thinking to yourself like, is it worth the risk? That's the situation. Counter trending, you know, in the moment, it's like a different story. And then you start getting your breakouts. I was in a buy. Oh, I should have hold it. Didn't follow my rules, so a bit annoyed. I was in a buy but closed it early. I didn't because I didn't backtest gold that entry. Yeah, but this one would have been a good one right here. And it breaks, and then by this point you're like, damn, I wish I took the buy. And like candles already moved up, but it did have small retracement to the entry before it moved up, but still not the easiest. And then just slowly trickled up over there. Played out beautifully towards the top of the 5-minute range. Now we gotta wait. I want to see this thing like rip down a bit more. The annoying part is if it actually sets up here. That would be super annoying because it's at a psychological support right now, the daily time frame. You don't see it here, but you can think of like a point of control. Maybe like if you get a point of control. Actually, that would be interesting. If we put like a point of control on the TFX bias indicator, that would be cool. So you'd have something like this. It will show it's a psychological level. Wait, let me write that down. All right, cool. So I set a reminder here. Maybe I'm going to try and add that into the daily bias indicator. We're going to get it updated here. We're gonna see like a point of control over there. So also Fabio Valentini, he like the point of control. But we also took a trade which is like a point of control. I think those are really good trades. Those are really good trades. Yeah, gonna see. But I guess in our situation, we would kind of want it to be like below the point of control in this sense. So usually they're gonna use this point of control to go in their favor, but we're gonna use it to go through that level. We're gonna do the opposite. Opposite of what most people do. See? That's how you win in this game. You gotta do the opposite. So we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait for point of control to break. Boom, boom. And then go with a daily trend. But now if we got the point of control, at least it's there as a visual purpose. It's gonna be easier to identify it, I suppose. Only problem with that, it might clutter the charts. That's the only thing that I don't like about it. It may clutter the charts. It will add like additional analysis that may not be necessary. Do you use this indicator for decision making? Yes. I mean, like, it helps. I think, like, if you are new to trading, man, you gotta get this indicator here. You gotta get this indicator. So every day, just buy or sell depending on where direction. Use your entry confirmations. But you see, we came to a point of control there. You see that area? Now it's starting to reject it. There's a zone right there. You can't see it. But the daily bias, you gotta trade in the direction of the daily bias. So if it says daily bias bullish, trust me, just use your entry confirmations in that direction. If it says waiting, just note this is the market condition that you have then, which is uncertainty. And you can also see it here today. You can feel it, you can see it, a bit more of uncertainty. So that would also keep you, imagine for a new trader who doesn't understand these things, they don't have that feeling of the market, correct? So for them, this looks like it could be anything. That's where daily bias comes in. So you can just trust it and know that if it says waiting, just know that price is not really moving anywhere. So you're gonna have to find a way to avoid as many whips as possible. This is also good for avoiding fake outs. So yeah, ideally that would be it. Keeping tabs the time, because even if the candlestick is bearish, such as this, by the time we're getting to New York session, if New York starts to move up, the daily bias might still say bearish, especially like if it's pushed quite a lot. But New York session could be just moving up. So in New York session, sometimes you could have the flip. Like each session is gonna be different. But you see, we're quite early into the day, so trading with the trend is not a bad idea. We only had the Asia, and now this is the London Open. So you see, we're still quite early. But as the day unfolds, you're gonna see also that daily and higher time frame will unfold as well towards a certain direction. It's just same way as on the lower time frame. Sometimes you see the 5 minute can be super bullish like this. All of a sudden, towards the end of the candlestick closing, it starts to pull down. It starts to change its direction. So yeah, that's the thing. That's what you gotta kind of consider over here. Leave a 1 in the chat if you understand. Leave a 2 in the chat if it's still a bit confusing. Just so I see if we're together, guys. Are we together? Let me know. Let me know. Let's get active. Let's get active. Write a 1 in the chat if we're together. Write a 2 if we're not. Are we together, chat? Are we together? Let's get active. Come on now. Let's see. Well, German 40 for the win. Oh, nice one, Ricardo. German 40. What trade is this? How many trades are you taking a day? Got a few ones. Alright, got some ones, got some twos. I think the stream is a bit behind. Yeah, the stream has like 10-second lag. And if you pause it, then you must be way more than 10 seconds behind. Actually, you see it. Sometimes people respond to these questions like much later. See, 1 2 1 2 1 1, almost 50-50. Nikolay Lischovkov. Почему ты не понимаешь? Это мое английский очень трудно понимать. Надо говорить по-русски. Если я знал, это было хорошо. Но я не знаю, как это все объяснять по-русски. Это очень сложно. Мою язык для русский нормально, но не такой хорошо, чтобы учить что-то нормально. What's the daily bias indicated called on TradingView? It's in the description box under free TFX indicator. Let's see if it flips. Come on now. Give us something interesting for the day. Yeah, like you see, sometimes you get the setup so easy, so quick. Sometimes you just gotta wait. Like yesterday, we got it at actually we got it at 3 minutes. Wait, this was 3:03. 3 minutes into the London Open, basically. Last time we got 3:37. Right now it's already 4. Latest one here is like 3:52. We got like a 4. The last time we got a 4:16 a.m. candle was in January 26th. A 4. January 26th. But most of the time we're at least getting like by that 3 a.m. Sorry, that 3 a.m. time. We're gonna get it. It's like 3. That's 3:01. Imagine that, 3:01. Just 1 minute into the hourly open. It's like 3:09. We got 3:08 down there. Yeah, we don't typically. Sorry, we don't typically get that 4 a.m. Because it should have been moving by now. You know what I mean? It should have been moving if it was going to move. The market right now is moving, but it's trying to move just to provide opportunities for later, maybe. It's going for the daily flip. It needs to push up about like 45 more pips for that daily flip. Daily is about to flip. Oh, nice. Wow, buyers are really starting to take back control. Oh, Lee, you saw how I jumped for the daily flip over there? You saw how I jumped for that daily flip? I just got the daily flip. Look at this HDF volume coming in. That would have been the same thing we would have seen for the sells if we got the sells, because we would have been getting like an hourly flip. Hourly flip, 15 minute would be re-breaking its lows. That's similar reaction we could have possibly gotten for that trade idea down there. At like 50.59 now, it's just hovering. At least we've flirted with the idea of that daily flip here. Candlestick will still need to open, and it will still need to do its thing over here before it starts properly moving upwards. That's why it's reflipping down back bearish, obviously. But at least we're getting like testing of the waters, right? It's sticking a toe in the pool. It's trying to re-break the range highs. It's getting out of the zone finally. Which is actually really good if it does, because that means we don't have to get stuck inside of this range for up until possibly that New York session time when we get a red folder. So it's really good that's at least moving. I would just like to see a little bit more stronger pushes to the upside. I think the volume just comes in late in a sense today. Because, I mean, we did have a really nice push during Asia open, market open. But for the most part, it's just been range bound. You could have a situation today where the volume just came in later. You see that probability increases always by the session. So you get London open, boom. It like starts hovering around for a bit. Pre-New York session has really nice swings usually. And then into the New York open for that continuation again. Just hovering right below 50.59. Exiting positions from 50.21. See, it's a lot of heavy lifting that price still has to do. You see, if we go on the left hand side, we only just have like a bunch of wicks over here. Massive liquidity grab actually throughout market open. It's kind of unfortunate. Because you can imagine something like this. Like, what would be the need for the market to do something like this, correct? So, the game is slightly rigged. Like, if I'm going to be honest with you, that's how trading is. You know, that's what life is anyway. Life is already rigged from the moment you are born. But this is also what you're going to see over here. Because sometimes I look at this as... You could speculate and say, okay, maybe, you know, you had some orders over here. Maybe you had like a fair value gap. I don't know if you're trading gaps. You could speculate, but you know, to be honest with you, like when you're gonna learn about price action, you're learning about candlesticks, right? So there's a natural way that these candles like typically would move, and there's a way that when you look at certain thing like this, it looks a bit abnormal to a regular candlestick, right? So that's, you know, fortunately, I think that's just a variable in the market to look out for. So this definitely gave some whips to a few people. A little bit of a whippage over here by the market open, taking out positions before just completely melting off. Imagine. Can you imagine? It's like daylight robbery. What are we? Down 0.14%. Still slowly trying to creep up though. Yeah. Oh, look at that. NQ. NQ broke out. No trade zone. You see, now we broke the range. That was the whole idea for NQ. So you see, nice little shotgun play here on NQ. Candlestick broke out of the range. You see, there's no trade zone over here. And candle broke out of the range. Now look at this. Look at this. Now it's going up. It went up to try and fill this range. Here on the left-hand side towards like 25,307 over here. So, you know, congratulations if you caught this move over here. Using some TFX concepts. I think, you know, it's pretty good. You're good if you're trading NQ. So that's been filled. That's been mopped up. More than 65% of that range has been filled. You see right next to the 55% mark. Right next to the 65% mark. So very nice. But it still got some room there. It still has a bit more room. Is about like 9.6 pips, right? Left over there to mop up. But really nice reactions. Very clean. Very to the playbook, I would say. You can see nice little shotgun confirmation into the 65 rejection. Yeah, I mean, that's it. That's it. That's all that it was. That's NQ. Now gold here, we're still going to be waiting for gold. You see NQ at least is starting to move. Gold is starting to move. Both instruments are starting to move. So I think, you know, it's pretty nice. It's pretty good over there. Because this was garbage, right? You don't have trading this. You don't trade inside this range. Wait for price to break out. Give you entry confirmations. So now you got to wait. Now you got to wait again. So if you didn't take this trade, and if you wanted to take a trade, then you just got to wait. Now you just got two. Because it's in a distribution, right? It's currently paying out from this area over here. Actually, the chance the distribution even started earlier from this mark. Right over here, but you would have to already have been looking for buys, I guess, to take a buy above this break over here. That'll be a consolidation break play. But yeah, that's currently where that distribution originally started from. There were just some scaling opportunities as it was going up bullish right over here. Now it's heading towards the final target, which is going to be by 25,307 over here. Let's see, can we get 25,307? Nice. 25,307. Range has been fully completed. Now you see at this point, we don't know what's going to happen. You know, price can either going to move up or it's going to do anything, because now the probabilities at this area, they could be becoming a bit more random, correct? Where no price can move from here. You're going to see like everyday chat. Like, hate it or love it, agree with me or not, you know, that's up to you. But the market will bombard you with TFX confirmations on a daily basis. So always just keep it at the back of your head when you're doing your analysis, right? Just keep it at your back of your head. Whether you like it or not, it's just the way it is. And if it wasn't just the way it is, then I wouldn't be able to become a consistent trader over here. So just keep it at the back of your head. I think it's always good to keep your enemies close, your friends close, and your enemies closer if that's the case. And it's also a simple concept, right? You don't really have to understand like any jargon or anything overcomplicated. It's really not that deep. It's like, you know, with ICT, you got to learn so much jargon before you even understanding. For me, it took a while to even understand what a fair value gap is. I still don't understand what that is. But you know, something like a clean range, man, I can teach a 10-year-old what a clean range is. You know, if you're new to the stream, you know, just stick with the stream a bit longer. Then you're gonna be marking these clean ranges like tying your shoelace. But you know, they do hold quite a lot of weight. You know, now look at this beautiful distribution on NQ. Look at that, all coming here from TFX entry confirmations. So if you're new as well to the mentorship, make sure you go on those labeled charts. Go on your labeled charts over there and then study those charts. You know, we got study notes. If you don't know, watch a video, then you got study notes. You know, you can just read. You can read, you can look at the pictures, and you can, you know. Why don't you trade silver? Silver is, I don't trade. If you notice, like I love to trade gold. I don't have anything against silver per se, but every instrument moves differently. Like you see how silver also looks here on the 1 minute. You can already instantly see that there's a different characteristic to this instrument. Right? Every instrument moves differently, so it's just the one that you're gonna find that the psychology is kind of meeting up together. So it's like if you're gonna go on a date with a girl, then like silver is one type of a girl, right? There's nothing wrong with silver, but maybe, you know, vibes there, they could work, but you definitely know that you gotta put some work into it. You gotta put a little bit of work into it. So that's silver PA, as you can see over here. Then you got gold. And that gold over here is a little bit more refined. You know what I mean? It's like Wolf of Wall Street. When Jordan Belfort, you know, his wife, pretty solid wife, helped him build everything. You know, she's legit, she's solid. But as the guy got a lot of money and he started going for the Duchess of Beirut. Or what was her name? Forgot her name. She called herself like the Duchess of something. But yeah, that's her right here. This is her. This is gold. She's a bit more refined, a little bit more classy. You know what I mean? A little bit more simple to understand. You know, she just wants money, so you know, it's a little bit easier to understand that. She's gotta provide. But yeah, silver, I don't know, man. That's just how I look at it, I guess. And gold pays. Gold pays really nice as well. You know, it's a very good relationship with gold, I would say. It's less toxic. Let's just say that. Because I think the requirements of relationship are straight to the point. So there's less toxicity. With gold, you follow your rules, you be disciplined, you treat her right, you know, you don't overtrade her. You try and stick with her and her trends. You know, if she's happy, you gotta be happy with her. She's moving up. She's sad, bearish, you gotta be sad with her. You gotta move down with her, and she'll pay you. She'll pay you, provided you don't overtrade. Take like 1 or 2 trades a day and follow the rhythm. And that's it. It's more forgiving as well. Just like we saw yesterday on those counter trend moves, like there were some sell ideas that we saw, though were still getting faked out, but they were at least dish you out like 20-30 pips before the fake out. So it's a little bit more forgiving, especially throughout 2025 and now 2026 so far. Gold spot has been a lot more forgiving if you know what you're doing. If you don't know what you're doing, then that means the whips can be a lot more aggressive to you, you know, because now you're trying to chat up a new girl who maybe you have not yet reached the level to provide value for. And she'll be able to see this in you. She'll be able to notice this and then treat you in a certain way too. You know what I mean? Do I use magic keys? No, sir. Please don't spam the chat. Just gonna be put in timeout. Yeah, let's see now if price can stop moving. It's still trying to get that daily flip. It's still trying to reflip. You can lose money chasing women, but you'll never lose women chasing money. Quote of the day. Quote of the day. All right, let's see. 1 minute time frame. Still not set up anything. I think we're at some kind of a resistance. We're still at the range high. You see, we faked out above. Price came back into that range. It's starting to try and re-break above the highs again. Come on, do it, Goldie, do it. We know you got to flip here on the daily. So if you notice something different about today's session is requiring a little bit more patience. There definitely are like some setups that you can take, but especially like coming throughout the London Open, it required us a lot more like waiting, because we all already saw it from the beginning. Like I feel like we all already saw the amount of wicks, the constriction on price action. We also had seen it here on a. Let me go back onto NQ. We also saw it here on NQ. Then NQ started to move again. So ideally, that's what we just want to typically see, is just first get the movement, and then ideally, hopefully, like we're going to be trending. Because right now with NQ, it's also not trending. It's only up 0.18%. Right? So if you look at the daily just flipped. It recently just flipped. So with something like NQ, it would be looking to possibly continue moving up here for the rest of the day towards 25,800. Oh wait, but that's not gonna, maybe not on this daily candle, but that's gonna be. Let's see, can we get up there? Actually, we could get up there. In principle, we could get up there by 25,800 and fill up the range on NQ, right? So it's just starting its day out. I feel like the markets are just starting the day out here a little bit later. As you can see, also gold 0.13%. During this time, like we've been so used to seeing gold like 1%, 2%, 3%. But you see how that's slowly like dying out, and how that's also in line with macro fundamentals that we've been studying as well. So I think once you lock into markets in that sense, you're kind of tapping into the broader sentiment as well of that instrument that you're trading, which makes you feel a lot more confident about what you're doing. Makes you feel a little bit more in line, in tune with the market, you know. So you can imagine, for example, even as somebody who can do that, taking a month break off trading. When you come back after a month, you definitely feel a lot more rusty, a little bit less confident, correct? It's like, that's the thing. That's the same feeling you're gonna feel like as a new trader who doesn't really understand price action. Imagine they're always kind of like in this state. So, you know, you gotta stay, sometimes I try and stay relatable, because as you're progressing, sometimes you forget and downplay the certain experiences of novice traders, what they're experiencing. But for those of you who have a bit of experience, you know that's how it feels for them. If you take a month break off, now you're coming back onto the chart, that's how it feels for them, right? They're a little bit more numb to that feeling, but that's generally the feeling of uncertainty, because you don't have like volume, you don't know how the trades are playing out, how the ticks, how the market is ticking. You know, that also plays a role. It's not just the candlesticks, but it's how the candlesticks behaving, like when they close. Because when it closes, it's static, like that. It's like it doesn't move. But when it's moving, there's certain ways that candles move, and like every week is slightly different. But it's a lot more difficult to teach. That's why it's super important to always show up to the market. Always show up to the market. Put a little bit of hours in just watching candles, even when you're not trading, just like paper trading. You know, man, I tell you, like what really made me profitable was paper trading. Was doing a lot of paper trades and just watching price when I'm not trading. Because all of this is like subconsciously being downloaded into your overall experience. And it gives you really, really nice edges. Sometimes you're about to take a position and then you see, let's say if there was a sell setup here, and then you see a candlestick quickly do this. It does this, it's like coming up like this, and it does this, and then it quickly comes down like this. And then you just know that that next candle, if it starts to push down again, there's a way that it moves that makes you really feel like this was also the liquidity grab, for example. You know, and then there's other times where it just moves like this, where you get the candlestick. It goes for a liquidity grab, but it's like more subtle. It's like more slow. You know, you can maybe expect something a bit differently. Maybe candlestick close like that. Maybe you still get triggered into your position, but it's slightly a bit different. So now we're just hovering at the top of the range by 50.54. Still kind of deciding what to do next. Every candle tells a story. Yes, sir. That's right. You got to read the market's language. Anybody new to the stream here today? This is your first time on the stream, leave a 1. If this is your very, very first time seeing the stream, please no trolling, like a genuine serious question. If you're new to the stream, don't be shy, just leave a 1. Just leave a quick 1. We give out cookies. Yeah, exactly. Come grab your cookie. We gotta give out free cookies over here. Just write a 1, don't be shy. Come on, surely there's one person who's never been in the stream before. Oh, okay. Mohammed, welcome. Chris, definitely you haven't seen that profile pic before. Nowadays, I don't see stream. Nowadays, I don't see stream. Any problem? Yeah, I think it's It's a YouTube algorithm, you know, YouTube algorithms like that. It hides channels for I don't know what reason, but make sure you put your subscription and post notifications on. Yeah, freaking Muhammad trolling me over here. You know, Muhammad's such a common name. So if you're also not part of the Discord, make sure you join the Discord, because we send out notifications every time we go live, so you get pinged. But make sure you subscribed and put your post notifications on. Everything's on. Yeah, I think that's just YouTube. I don't know why YouTube does that. There are people on my YouTube channel I've also been subscribed to, really enjoyed their videos, but YouTube would never show me the videos until I search for them once, and then maybe it shows me it again later. It's a broken system, I can tell you. That algorithm was really messed up. But yeah, anyway. See what happens here. We're back down to negative 0.27%. So I want to see if this thing keeps pushing down. Yeah, but I remember you, Faisal. Nice to see you too. Nice to see you in here. Research support and supply on the 5-minute potential dump. Don't worry, if it dumps, we're going to be ready for it. We're going to let it dump. Something tells me it doesn't want to dump though, overall. The way yesterday's candlestick ripped up there with no bottom wick. See, like, what's this do? What price action is doing right now? You can see it's accumulating within this area, right? It's building orders so it can break. So if the buyers want to keep pushing price up, it's building orders right over here so it can re-break above 56, so it can move up bullish. That's why it's doing. We see that happen over and over again. As price starts to try and break levels, you see it also happened down over here. I was just trying to get through this zone. It finally broke, and you see what it did. It just came back to retest. That was a high. This is what we call the high volume area. High volume area. That price had come to retest right here. This is where the confirmations were and the initial breaks, the upside. Actually, the more refined confirmation would have been like right here. Break of this wick. See, so it came back to that area, and then we see like fetching for more orders in, because this is when the buyers were coming in, and then it went back up again. But that was the initial break that facilitated at least some movement here towards that resistance, that range high. It came back, tested it out, tried to break above higher. See, there are not enough buyers in here, so it came back down, and now it's ranging again. It's building that, what we call like kind of like an auction. You can imagine this like an auction house. Got some windows over here, you know, you got your door over here, got your roof, and now just getting orders. Now the market's getting orders, buyers and sellers, buyers and sellers, buyers and sellers, and then that cycle repeats itself. We're gonna distribute, create this new structure, and then look again for liquidity. Sometimes it does like in different ways. Sometimes it's gonna do like this. Sometimes it's gonna do like liquidity grabs, like quick little grabs, right? Quick little grabs and then push it in the opposite direction. And sometimes it needs to break into a broader range because it's quite a heavy level to get through. That 50-59 mark, that's a daily flip. So this becomes that major point A, right? As you wait for that distribution, that next point B to the upside. And I see we're doing it right below the daily flip. Right below the daily flip. So it's going to need a lot more steam than just a quick liquidity grab. So if it can't do it, then it just breaks and we see no buyers in the market get involved and price breaks, comes down. If that's going to be the case, then I will still be looking for my sells, I think below this point right over here. And look for a continuation. Do I take trades live? Yes. Hey Ragnar, good morning, good morning. You're late today? No worries. Market's also late. So happy, man. Sometimes you gotta look at the market and you know what you're looking for, but you feel like you're not ready, so you just get a quick glance in the market and then you see that the market's not moving anywhere. It feels really good because now you can just imagine the amount of candles that need to close first before it gives you a setup. So today was like, yeah, today was cutting it close. Today we could have gotten the sell literally at, see what time this was. This was market open here. Yeah, today we had a bit of time because I was actually late. I think I would have missed my move today if it happened on time. You know, so this is where it would have been like 255. But 255, what I was looking for at 255 was I was looking for a sell right over here. 255, if price was going to come and re-break these lows. That's what I was thinking. But you see, we still had time. We still had a bit of distance. Especially when candlesticks started to move up. Then we started stream right here. 3 a.m. when this candlestick started moving down aggressively. I'm like, oh man, gotta start the stream now. Gotta start the stream now. I'm gonna miss a move. Because it's so easy for when price opens like this. That's gonna be the London open. And then the next candle can always come like this, right? Next candle could always open and then have like a very big dump in just 1 minute. So don't play with that London open. Like if you see candlestick starts to move, lock in. The thing about trading the LTF, it's so easy to miss moves, you know? So easy to miss moves if you're not locked in. Let me see. Was there just like even one sell that I missed so badly because I wanted to use the toilet and it was such a beautiful sell. I would have made like a really nice percent on it. I think it was this one right here. Potential sell. No, but this is a beautiful push. It's like this is basically in the PA on gold for such a long time now. We've gotten so comfortable with that amount of volume. Even today I woke up, I took a setup that was not as big. The candlesticks were not as big as usual. So it made me feel like we were slightly going back into lower volume conditions. Yeah, this is a sell that I missed right here. Oh, you can't see the emoji so well. Yeah, it's a Spider-Man here. So, you know, this was a sell. I was gonna go to the bathroom. There was a sell I was looking for over here. And then literally, I think the moment I left to go, then it just completely nutted. Then I came back. Man, I came back and all I could see was just this. On my MetaTrader or my terminal, whatever, all I could see was just a candlestick like this. I'm like, where's the rest of it? Where's the rest of the price action? I'm like, damn, you have to scroll down. You know, you got to scroll down so you can see where price currently is. You can't even see price on the left-hand side over here moving. All that I saw was just a candle like that. And that was the move that I was waiting for. Right over here. You know, so easy to track these trades. Right now it's setting up. It's getting ready for a breakout from this area here. But you see the daily is 0.20%. It's not really trending or anything. Bro, you're jacked. You train every day. Hey, thank you, man. No, I train 2 times a week, upper body. No leg day. We don't do leg day here.
We don't do that here.
Don't do leg day.
We don't do that here.
But should. I was supposed to gym yesterday, but I was really tired. So I gotta pay the dues today. Gotta find it in me. Where's the rest of it? Yeah, where's the rest of it? Gotta pay the dues today, chat. After stream, I'm gonna have to what do I gotta do today? I'm making a transition as well. I've been transitioning back to MT5 slowly but surely, but yeah, C Trader is nice. C Trader has been fun, but I don't know about C Trader as much. I feel like execution speeds on C Trader could be a little bit more improved. I do like the C Trader terminal though. What do y'all use? Leave it in the chat. What terminals do you use to trade? I know some of y'all on funded programs too. But what terminal are you using to trade? This is why we take our phones to the toilet. Man, I don't like taking my phone to the toilet. It's too nasty. Like, you see the toilet? Man, the toilet is... I think it's a psychology thing, you know? Because it's a toilet. Toilet is actually quite... it's not very clean, you know? Actually, the phone is the most... The thing is, the phone is the most dirty thing you own. So even like when you take it to bed and all these things, the phone has like the most germs and the most dirt. And if you ever watch it and see a video of how your toilet like when you flush a toilet, it's not like the water stays in there. There's always like water particles which fly out, and you know, it's like, man, the toilet, I don't know, man. Like, psychology would not allow me to do it. I'd rather miss the trade and then just come back and cash the next trade, because you never miss a move in the market. You never miss a move. The market is abundant of opportunities. So yeah, okay, on paper you could miss a move, but it's abundant of opportunities. Actually, after that move, let's see what happened. Oh, I think I might have taken a loss though. But let me see if I can find it. I guess that's the only thing, right? Like that chance of missing the next move. Did I take a loss? Oh damn, I took a loss. I took a loss, but it played out. The trade still played out. You know, there's still that selling pressure over here. I took the loss based off of volatility because the market had pulled up, like it was pulling up kind of aggressively. It actually hit my TP once, but I didn't secure because I thought I could just get a runner. Then it pulled up, and then that volatility is what took me out. But then eventually, still the candle closed down bearish and then continued my direction. So I guess that's the only thing. But you see, as a rule of thumb, every month I'm looking for like 90%. 90% mental hit rate. So if I can be 90% following my rules, like that's enough. You know, every now and then you're going to show up late to the market. You know, you're only human. You're going to miss that move that you're meant to catch. Every now and then, maybe you might do that cheeky revenge trade, but you have to stop it as soon as possible. You have to stop, because that only contributes to bleeding, and it doesn't give you like a very consistent result. Because when you trade, you got to treat like some kind of a science experiment where everything is somewhat taken consistently. Like, you know, freaking Breaking Bad, when he's making his concoctions, everything is done very consistently, so he's able to produce the best product possible. So with trading, it's the same way. You have to always show up on time. You have to make sure you're following your rules to the T as much as you possibly can, and not over trading and all of those things. Then you get that same Breaking Bad produce over here, which is, you know, ideally what you want to be getting. But if you're all over the place, you know, you're trading in the toilet, you're trading in the gym, you're trading whilst doing things, watching a movie, then that's also going to reflect the same result on your spreadsheet or your P&L. You get the same result. It's just a reflection of your organization. So if you're going to be a losing trader, at least be an organized losing trader, because through that organization, you're going to be able to find the clues the little cues of what you could be doing differently, especially if you're showing up at the same time every day. Because you see, probabilities in the market is like a small window. Think of the market like this. A lot of this is just noise. And then you just have one window of opportunity, like robbing a bank every day. To rob the bank. And then the rest of it is just noise. Right? So this is the only way you're going to be able to be consistent. And just the same way as robbing a bank, it's going to require timing. Look at the hourly candles. At the time that you're trading, how do those hourly candlesticks behave? Do they push a lot? Do they range a lot? It will already give you an idea of what to expect now when you're actually forward testing. So for me, hourly candles, pre-London, 2 hours before London open, and 2 hours before New York session open. I've mastered those hourly candles. And actually, no, pre-London is like, yeah, 2 hours before London open. Right? I've mastered those hourly candles. 1 a.m. Eastern. 1 a.m. Eastern. That specific hourly candle, you have to master it. That way, when you show up to the chart, like you have all the sample sizing data of how it reacts. Because each session, believe it or not, it behaves slightly differently. You know, chart work and candlesticks are just not candlesticks throughout the whole day. They do behave quite differently. So I would say that would be, in its sense, like if you're going to take anything away from the stream here today, because I think the human psychology, if you're going to have like a 2-hour lecture, imagine all those lectures you had in school. How much percent of that do you actually keep in your head? You know, by the time the lecture is over, you're going to remember maybe like 10%. So if there's anything you're taking away from this session here today, just take that away. If you're new to the stream or you just need like some kind of a reminder, that's going to be like really important over there. Yeah, it's like pretty low amount of information you're gonna get. Just the same way as you're gonna have like a presentation, if a corporate event or whatever. You only got 5 minutes, man. Like if you don't explain your idea in 5 minutes, you lose the attention of the room. Let's see in the chat. What terminals are we using? Hey, good morning, tall trader. Yes, my answer? Yeah, MetaTrader. Is that MetaTrader 1? Tall trader? Or are we up to MT4 now? Yeah, we got a World War II version of you, yeah. You got Ninja Trader, but I wish I could afford deep charts. Oh, deep charts. Is that the thing that Fabio uses? That's the name of his software, right? Oh, you don't need this, man. Let me tell you that much. Literally watch a video of my... I think it is, right? This is the thing that he uses. Yeah, it looks like it. You don't need this, man. Like, look at the video on my channel even recently. I just kind of like proved you this with just trading with PA. So we had this video here. So that was a video with... I think he did an interview with Riz. That's the name. Words of Wisdom, right? So this is the guy's software that you want to buy. So we took this trade on stream to show you that the market will not necessarily know that software is just like an additional confluence. But I literally took the same. It's not the same. It's like this. It's the same. I understand him. He's a scalper. I'm also a scalper. There's certain ways we look at the market. He's the world's #1 scalper. And the certain way that he look at the market, that I also look at the market kind of similar over there. But you don't need the deep charts. Because with TFX concepts, we just use price action. That's all that you're going to need over here. It's just price action. Because if you can't read candles, you can't trade. Deep charts are only going to add you that extra layer of confluence. You see, he caught like a really good trade. A bomberclot trade there. On Words of Wisdom. And I also did this live with you guys. Like, this is the first time I ever watched him on stream. It's not like I tried this multiple times. You know, like, look at this. And it's also timing, because we got the setup in line with the London Open. Words of Wisdom, they planned that interview by the time New York session was opening. So by the time New York session was opening, they're already ready. They're already in the mix of it. He knew he was coming to trade. And he took his trade with an NY open without volume that gave him the push up. So we did the same thing with TFX concepts, which is a lot more simpler than deep charts. And we still got the similar results. You know what I mean? So I think it depends on like how far do you want to overcomplicate your trading? Does it add value? Awesome. Use it. If it adds more clutter, then remove it. But yeah, I just dropped the link in the description box. I think it's pretty cool. He's a really good trader. He did my P&L in 9 months. That took me a year over here. And this was the first time that I ever did this P&L in my life. Because there was so much volume in the market. Like, it was much easier to get a higher P&L, correct? So I don't know if that's a usual thing for him. But in 2025, he did like about this much in 9 months. So God knows how he ended the year. Probably like 400+%. But this year is a bit different, right? This year we've been able to leverage off of that volume because we've been knowing that it's in the market. So we've been a little bit more aggressive on the holds. Or rather, even price just pushes through my TPs and just gives me a lot more profit than I even wanted or expected. Right, so right now we're up quite nicely as well, about 96%. I might be able to actually break this, but it depends if the market keeps going with a lot of volume or not. So right now, markets are going to be a consolidatory phase, so we're just a bit cautious with that. As I said this morning as well, coming onto the charts, candlesticks are getting a lot smaller on the 1 minute time frame as well. I can feel it. We're waiting for catalysts, right? We're waiting for geopolitical tension with Iran and Trump. We're waiting for red folders this week. And overall, there's not a lot of news in terms of tariffs and the trade wars. So macro fundamentally, it's a bit quiet. We've just, for the most part, just been trying to hold like 5K. Psychological here as the daily time frame keeps moving up. Saw it slower. You can even see that hesitation, that indecision in the market right now. We've been sitting here for quite a while, right below 50.59, which is a daily flip. Okay, so we got MT5. Your broker didn't have MT5 up to 6 months ago or so. Now I can use it with him. Nice one, Tall Trader. Nice, we got Tall Trader got MT5 before we got GTA 6, man. Crazy. Imagine MT6 before GTA 6. I saw a video of a guy murder his girlfriend. I didn't see him murder his girlfriend, but like I saw a video of a guy who murdered his girlfriend, and it's so crazy that he said he's gonna be in prison and that he's gonna miss GTA 6. How wild is that? But he said it was an accident. It was an accidental murder, whatever that means. But it's like he's gonna miss GTA 6. Yeah, Los Santos is finally going to be in peace. That city in GTA 5 once GTA 6 comes out. It's gonna be very quiet in that server. It's gonna be one of those dead games. It's just gonna be but a memory. Quiet streets. The civilians can finally leave in peace. Just go terrorize the new maps. So make sure you join up on the Discord. We'll be gaming in here as well. We got GTA 6 server already ready to go. Channel. We got the channel. We got the voice channel here as well. Good opportunity to meet some of you as well and speak to you like outside of just, you know, just looking at chart work as well. But definitely gonna talk about chats too. But mostly play the game. But anyway, right now, price is breaking outside of accumulation to the downside. And it should be distributing from this area here. So you have a range high. Right here, you got a range low. and price is attempting to break and distribute to the downside. Now I will be looking for it. It's coming close to where the daily should be flipping. We're gonna get the daily bias here is gonna flip down to bearish at 0.30%. So we just need a little bit more of a further push, and I think it's gonna be like a good idea to take a sell. No, we just gotta bypass that high volume area again. Should we take a sell? No, yeah, I think we're gonna wait for price to bypass this area. How did I start trading? A friend of mine in university showed me his MetaTrader terminal once in class. I always used to sign him in. So most of the time he was just trading, so I'll be signing him in. And this guy was making a lot of money at the time. You know, he was buying a car as an international student. I remember he had like the secondhand Mercedes, and I'm like, how are you affording this? Because he literally lived down the road from where I lived. I knew him as well, and we're international students, and he was making all this money trading. But I didn't think much of it at the time. I was like, all right, that's cool. And then when I went to do my master's degree, then I remembered this guy, because I don't know why, but I remembered this guy. And also COVID hit during that time. Now it was like 2020. This was about maybe 2 or 3 years after I met him. And then I started looking at chart work, and then I slowly started keeping contact with him, and I would ask him for advice, and you know, like he was really making money trading. So I think it was really nice to have somebody actually do it, that it made it feel more real. You know, maybe some of you have never had the experience of knowing somebody personally who does it, because that's going to be a different effect on your psychology, right? If you're going to see someone actually do it in real life. So yeah, that kept me motivated. I used to even like make $100, make $100, $100 trades. I'm sure he makes a lot more now. I still see him buying new cars every now and then, so I'm pretty sure he's doing well. So that's how I started trading. That's how I pretty much started trading. It always starts like that, you know. You're gonna see somebody somehow make some money. It's so much better if you know them personally. Because when I started trading now fully, I had nobody to lean on as well. So everybody around me would be telling me like, oh, you know, it's not possible. A lot of people lose money. And now you have to deal with that battle in your head of, again, going against like what everybody thinks. You know, sometimes I don't even like telling people I'm a trader because they don't understand. You know what I mean? They got like a very low vibrational mindset of what's possible in their lives. So they don't understand. So when people ask me what I do for a living, I just tell them something like, you know, I'm in gold or something, you know. I'm a gold, I deal with gold, or I just don't give them much information. Because now you gotta then explain all of these things, and they already have a negative connotation to it. So why even bother, right? No more trades? Yeah, if we can break below 50, 40 over there. Then I've been looking for some sell-offs, potential sell-offs. That's the thing with people. You gotta be very careful with people. They really like to reflect on you what's not possible for them, and you gotta sometimes fall victim of that, and then put yourself in a box. Hey, what's up? Good morning. Good morning. We got J Trinix waiting for a supper as well. Hopefully we get one today. It's been a slow week. It's doing a small little fake out. It seems to be the case here. Instead of getting that distribution to the downside, because we're approaching the psychological support area over here. That's why I'm waiting for us to break through this like sort of high volume area. Then that daily bias is going to switch. It's kind of like a POC in a sense. But it's not a point of control. But in a sense, in terms of what a point of control terminology is, it's some kind of a point of control here for the buyers. Because if the buyers can hold at least above 0.40% on the daily, then we could see that reflip, which is really not going to take much for us to even reflip. That could just be an accumulation for us to get up to like 50, 59, which is not that far at all. Just need to push up like about 90 pips. What are these lines that you have on the charts? Oh, this is a range high, range low. That's all that it is. Range high. How do you mark them out? Just watch the videos like in the WAP database. I'm just drawing them now so you can see them, but it's always been the same thing. It's just to help the visual for visual purposes. But yeah, if you're gonna watch in the WAP database, so just look at the pictures on the label charts, you're gonna see it even without the lines. Because you know the problem with analysis when you're trading on the 1 minute as well, it takes time. You know, it takes time to draw them, and also it creates bias. Right? So if you got analysis already on the chart, sometimes subconsciously you feel like you put the work in already. So you don't want to be flexible with the market. So if it starts to create a new structure, somehow your mind is still over here. Oh, you're used to the zones. Yeah, the zones. The lines are a bit more, what you call it, like neat. See, like people are gonna use zones. They're gonna use zones. So many big zones. Some people, they're gonna have the daily time frame zone. They're gonna have so many zones like this. So many areas. Those zones are nice to use. Most of the time, I feel most people are gonna find the zones so much easier to understand. Like if it's just a demand and supply. So you see like this, man, you can't draw a line here because that's not refined enough. So we're gonna use a zone. I guess to each their own, right? You can use a zone normally as well. See, this thing is starting to break. It's trying to break out of this area. It's trying to get that daily flip. Back up again. That's the whole reason why we're holding. Here. So the daily can attempt to reflip. Because I do believe price on gold should overall be moving up. Let's see what US 100 is doing. All right, US 100 has hit targets by 25, 300, 310, 310-ish over here. And yeah, that was it. You see what I mean, chat? Like we didn't know like past this point what was gonna happen. We're only like from here to here, correct? You can see this, how unpredictable it is once the trade cycle is over. Because sometimes it can keep running, but we don't know. So that's why you're gonna secure like maybe 80% or full of your position, and then let the rest run. So if it runs, it's like a bonus. You get bonus profit. And you see now it's like pushed up, rejected. Now it's coming down quite heavy again. So that was it. That was the trade for US 100. I think that also needs to set up again. US 100 actually did a small little shotgun play here too. Like close below this support to fill this range. It's like 40 pips on this candle that closed below. You see US 100 as well is it's not trending. It's a daily bias is just still waiting. But it's nice to see you in here. Trinex. Can you write your name so I know what to call you? Trinex. Jonathan? Or nice. Yeah, nice to see you in here, Jonathan. See what we got here. 5-minute candle. Chat, like if this thing starts to melt, that would be quite interesting. Because it's already done a 5-minute liquidity grab, potentially like right here. There's a bit of a shock in the water. As you can see, we're getting a few whips. Got a whip to the downside, got a whip to the upside. Still kind of holding this range. So we're going to see where that release is going to be. It's like a release valve. Once it starts to distribute. Release the pressure. So I want to see where that release is going to be. And then we're going to blow with the wind, right? That's what we like to do. We're gonna blow with the wind. So if the wind is blowing down, we're gonna blow down with it. If it's blowing up, we're gonna find a way to blow up with it. See, gold trade at the break of the trend line, bullish bias. Secured 30 pips. SMA as support. TFX concepts, very good. US 100, you know what US 100 is doing? All that it's doing is it's just filling this range here. After it hit the targets by that resistance that we marked previously. I would have drawn this earlier if we saw it earlier, but since we're not looking at it, we didn't draw it. But the idea here would be that price was to break below support by 25 to 90-ish, and then, you know, next candle break the lows, and it's gonna come down and fill up the range. It's the same thing that I did. You know what's so funny about it? It's just the same thing that happened here. Same thing that happened here to move that. Same thing that happened here to move it down. You know, like a minor resistance over here created by this doji, which is the worst way price can create a resistance, because that creates an inconsistency in the market, because some brokerages would have this as a bearish candle still. So in that aspect, then there would not be technically a resistance over there. So worst way to close as a resistance. So otherwise, you know, the idea would be like if price can break back above this high, then, you know, we have another range here that can get filled, like 28 pips. I see right now also distributor, very nice distribution over here, just pushed like around 11 pips. It's about like 11 pips now. It seems like reversing, but this was a very nice accumulation distribution to the downside, just to fill up whatever was left off of the range from the 5-minute right over here. So the entry for the distribution came in here. Going to ATH. Going to ATH. Yeah, we could see ATH by... ATH is quite interesting. Like the weekly candle doesn't even have that bottom wick. But whatever. We're holding 5,000 for now. The thing with ATH, it's... we don't have the exuberance. And yeah, we're going to get a wick fill. This could happen potentially within the next this week. And then the next following weeks. We're expecting overall price to do this and then give a wick fill. They keep moving up, but ATH, by the time we come close to ATH. The thing with gold is quite interesting, because even if we don't have any macro fundamentals, just the fact that we're in striking distance of ATH, if price was up here but there was nothing governing like volume on fundamentals, I think it would definitely still try and make a reach for it. Because it's striking distance, and we're still expecting gold to move up this year. I think what was like Goldman Sachs were expecting around. Well, what was the target chat? Well, we're definitely still expecting price to go up bullish. Is 1590 still a valid supply zone? 1590. When was the last time we're 1590 area here? Yeah, this is like on the 4-hour. Yeah, you can tell like a supply zone here, because now we're gonna have, or like some kind of a resistance. Maybe just mark it out since it's a 4-hour. And look at it as a supply area. On the lower time frames, you'll have a lot of PA in that zone. So yeah, I think it's still valid. That's the main one that we need to get through. Hey, if we get like through 1590, If we were already above 50.90, we got less in the way of price to move up over here. You got a lot more clean traffic. That price can continue to move up there. We break above 50.90. So watch out for that level this week. You know, it's only Tuesday. We still have Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. If we're trading above this zone, it should be relatively straightforward on buys, especially during pre-sessions into London Open. You see, that's been the thing that's giving us like a bit of a hard time. That like price is now looking always back at its buddies over here, and it's got like a resistance. Right, so it keeps rejecting. So loads of volume to come in, and then break it. But you see right now we're down like 0.30%. We're coming down below, hopefully below that high volume area, and then start to look for something. See volume died out. You see volume died out here. Candlestick started to slow down. We're still within this overall range high, range low area, and it's just faking out. So basically we just got a whip here. So imagine like sellers coming in the market here, they get a whip, and then you got buyers coming in here, they get a whip, and then bringing it back down inside. Let's see if the pushes are even forgiving. This like 17, 18 pips, not so forgiving. There's definitely less volume here today, so it's even more important that we're right about the trade setup, because even if we mess it up, we might not get the push that we want. And yeah, sometimes you do mess it up, you know. But let's see. This is going to be a decent move at least. There are at least like 20 pips on the buy up, so quite forgiving before the fakie. The sell whip though. At least it did roughly... Oh, but it pulled up how many pips? Oh, just about 20 pips. Okay, slightly survived that. This is like maybe a break even. Roughly a break even. It peaked about maybe like 17 pips. So yeah, let's wait and say 0.35%. Just need 0.5 more percent. Get the daily bias flip, and then we should be back to square one. How we basically started the stream over here. See, it's like super rangy if you notice, like from here since when the stream started. And also as like price has been progressing here too. It's definitely a different type of market condition. At least US 100 opened up from when the London opened here. It had its push up. And then now it's in this kind of V-shape PA, which is okay, but it's not trending either. So that's on 0.02%. So you can imagine the daily is a doji, right? So what doji mean? It got indecision over here, so there's no directional bias, right? So no matter what you do, no matter if you trade ICT, FVG, whatever strategy you gotta trade, if the market's not moving, it's not moving. You know, there's no kind of a special what do you call it? There's no special privileges given to anybody here. If gold is not moving, well, every one of us is looking at the same US 100 chart. It's a doji. It's a doji. There's no runners to the upside. There's no runners to the downside. There's no decision that's been made on US 100 what it's going to do here today. Right? It's at 0.02%. So you see, that's what we are waiting for. We're waiting for a little bit of a decision, a little bit of conviction, some sentiment to come into the market. People to wake up. For markets to wake up as well. Get a direction, and then we go with that direction. You see, it's already starting to come down. You see how the sell is coming down? This is what we want to see. Now look at the daily bias are going to flip here. Just need a bit more of a push. There we go. Now we flip through that point of control. Now the sellers are taking back over the market right now. Right, so this is what we want to see. Now as they're taking back over, so that's going to make it a bit more appetizing to look for a potential sell continuation when it gives one. So hopefully it doesn't come back. You see, daily bias, it's still within that general region. Just about to get the daily trend here, but it's not yet completely hit. Remember, like, this is a free indicator. You can download it in the description box. So it's starting to get a direction, wind direction over here. It's like, you know, when a pilot is flying a plane, he's always going to see, okay, so we got some wind. Maybe we can use some of a tailwind over here, change the heading a little bit. Use that tailwind, change the angles, and then you can go faster. I think the thing about trading is once you start trading, you're never going to forget about trading. It's always going to be somehow a part of your life. Like once you really start getting into it, then everything you can consider like trading. Always going to be a part of your life. That's the beautiful thing about this skill, because we're all living on this rock here and we're only governed by one economy, right? So why not understand the economy? Why not understand the matrix that governs your life from the moment you were born, right? There's nothing better than it, than trading. You're only going to find that in the markets. There's nothing outside of that, really. That's why it's always going to be a part of you. So, you know, I think it's a very important skill to learn, because not a lot of people teach it. I mean, not a lot of people know about it. They don't know it to the extent that you know it. Most people know in terms of, oh, Bitcoin is rallying, get rich off Bitcoin, meme coins, etc., but not to the extent that you know it. You know about terminals, you know about strategies, price action, manipulation, you know about how the news affects it. People don't know that extent, really. So I think, you know, it's quite an achievement already, that the fact that you're already involved in such a thing like this. People find it quite intimidating, but you see, it's not that intimidating. It's just the more you show up, the more it makes sense. Even like trading a 1 minute time frame on gold with a tight stop loss, it's not intimidating. It's just the more you show up, the more you understand how it works, then you execute without second guessing. It's like yesterday's trade, you know, candlestick pushed up like what, 100 pips, and we still took a buy. Still took a bite and moved up an additional 30 pips. You know, you just have to have conviction in what it is that you're doing. But yeah, definitely today was a day to avoid whips though. You see this price action here? Garbage. Complete garbage PA that was. So avoid an unnecessary loss. Now the question is, as we're coming back in here, where are we going to be potentially heading to next? So if we start to reflip and break these lows and get a setup confirmation, most likely we're coming back to retest these lows by 50, 18. Right? This is where we're going to come in, because this is the market structure. That's all it is. We got resistance up here. We got support down here. Now, if we know the wind is blowing in this direction, we just have to find a way. How can we get in? And we're going to take it down like this. Right now, you see, if you're using a higher time frame, you're kind of buying into support areas. Selling into support areas. That's what it looks like. But remember, these levels here, they're meant to get disrespected. The market is meant to go through these levels. Question is, can you have a refined approach to get through those levels, so you're just not randomly selling into them with a big stop loss? Right? So that's kind of what we're going to do over here. Had to retake this as they flipped us out before shorting. So true, project onto you what's not possible for them. Yes, sir. People ask too many questions if they come to get to know you trade. I work online is my favorite. I'm a digital nomad for a living. Yeah, but I work online. Simple. The MetaTrader actually have an empty. I never seen empty 1, 2. How do we even get a 5? Never seen a 1, 2, 3. Oh, what is MetaTrader again? It has some crazy backstory to it. Something about some kind of a nuclear software for the Russians that they used to make, and you know that's why the terminal looks so outdated like that. Something wild. Something wild about MetaTrader. How it came about. Need to Google it. Let me see. Can we actually break 0.40? No, okay, that pushed up. I thought maybe this candle would like close as a resistance and then start pushing down below 50.36. Oh, it is really rejecting 0.40%, huh? I was flirting with that level there. Because it knows if it gets through it, it's curtains for price. We're going to see it come down. But let's see. This is a much larger range. We got to fake out above that high, which is also part of the broader range high. Right here, we got some new range lows being formed. Whole zone is around 258 pips. It's gonna be a big break if the buyers are attempting to reflip that daily candle by 50.59. You can just imagine the amount of orders are sitting here. It keeps testing this kind of like a high value area here. This is still the zone where, as you can see, this is still the zone where those initial entry confirmations are coming from earlier on, which is like right here at the break of that wick high. Keep coming down to it, but we can't get through it. That's the last time that the buyers like took control of a market that was uncertain. Was right over here with a nicer TFX entry confirmation. They're coming down, retesting, but deeper pullbacks. Like it's trying to mop up maybe potentially as many buyers here as it possibly could. And another deeper pullback as well. No bias for or basis for saying this, but it feels like it wants to go up. Yeah. If anything, it does feel like it wants to go up. It feels like all of this has just been doing this just so it can go up. I don't think you're gonna do all this work just so it can go back down, you know? Like that daily candle's already created the bottom wick, but if it does end up coming down, then it is what it is. But I also feel that it wants to move up. It's a small little accumulate grab here, small little liquidity grab below the lows. It's trickling, it's holding this range. Beautiful day. Only issue took profits early. 2 W's. Have a great one. Oh, nice. What we got over here? Still 80%. Nothing much has changed. 75%, 84.5. Yeah, this all still look the same. Nothing much has changed in the SME group here. I haven't seen our Chinese indicator in a while. Let's go and check it out. See what the overall currency meter here is saying. Saying like a weak dollar. So we got a weak US dollar. So gold should actually be going up. Yen is strong even though it's a bank holiday. Nice confluence. DXY is probably down right now. Let's go see how the dollar index is doing. US 100 is rangy. Yeah, dollar index is... Oh, it's also rangy here. It's at 0% on the daily. So I also got a bit of a doji candle because it got a market open gap. It's like 0% on the daily. Interesting. So it's like markets all waiting for what? We're waiting for some news here. Core retail sales. That's the only thing though for today. But it got NFP obviously tomorrow. This is going to be a little bit more important. We're expecting numbers to come out here as a positive for the dollar. We're expecting an increase from 50 to 66k, which should be bearish for gold. But let's see. These previous ones have always been revised as well. We have a lot of revisions happening over here. Rise from 56k to 64. Forecast 66. Got it wrong. Negative 105. It came out as a, 64. Expected negative. It came out positive. Expected positive. It came out negative. Negative 4k. Yeah, that one's gonna be obviously a good one because anything from the negatives, it should actually be a higher chance to come out a positive. So I think it's still good. The previous, okay, no, the previous was 105. Okay, the forecast 51, which is good. It just came above 64. That's positive, so that's still good. That's still good. Here it came out lower, so they got that one wrong. And previous 108 came out as negative 105, so massive whip on that one. But this negative 4, these are usually really nice ones because there's a much higher chance it's coming out positive, whatever the number could be, coming out positive over there. The same thing that happened here. These are a little bit trickier to say. Same as these, 50k, 66k. So just stay away from it. You know, red folders are just gambling events, so you can't really do anything there. He's gonna gamble, but I think the market is gonna be waiting for that NFP. If anything, for this week, and the core CPI, that inflation data. Those are key things. Tomorrow unemployment claims, not such a major thing that I typically look at anyway. But yeah, I mean, chat, if you don't trade the New York session, you know, like, you don't really have much to worry about. Just trade around the fundamentals. I want to see this dollar index here drop. Hopefully soon we can get a drop below 96. We're gonna get the range filled. Just like the BTC analysis that we did. Same thing's gonna happen over there. Like, trust me, chat. Like, everything I'm telling you on stream, it's been happening so much of the time. If you gotta like seriously pay attention over here. Like, trust me. Trust me. I've been doing this for a long time. I've been doing this for a very long time. If these ranges are gonna get filled, if there's a range, that range, given the context of market conditions, market condition, macro fundamentally, it's going to get filled. Just trust me on this. Like, this daily range over here, this daily range is going to get filled. It's going to get filled. Don't worry about it. It's not about like, it's all about like, how's it gonna fill that range? It's going to get filled. It's gonna get filled. We'll revisit this again when it's all the way up over here, and then we'll just wait for the next price action, see what's gonna happen next. But that range is gonna get filled, especially with like expecting easing by June, July, summer months. Price is gonna go up. Price is gonna go up. You see, the trick to trading is not trying to catch, like on the higher time frame, it's gonna be a lot harder to catch it. But if you have that foresight on the lower time frame, that gives you that confidence. Say, okay, you know, it's doing what I expect it to be doing, so maybe I'm gonna, you know, be comfortable with certain runners, like holding certain runners on certain trades, and like increasing the P&L at the end of the month. You know, that's what the greatest thing about using higher time frames are for. And you can see right now it's starting to break above resistance. It's starting to break above resistance over here, so we are getting into some clear skies. Hopefully this is gonna be the case. Just like, you know, when you're gonna like pilots, when you're flying your plane and you're in cloudy weather, man, just trust your instruments. When they're inside cloudy weather and the plane is shaking, they always just gotta trust their instruments. And then all of a sudden they break into clear skies. You know, so trust your instruments. Trust your instruments in this case, which is gonna be those clean ranges and the news. All right, starting to push up here. We're getting we're trying to test 50.59 again. Trust me, it's just accumulating to break and for the daily to flip right there by 50.59. That's all that this whole commotion here is just for us to flip on the daily time frame. It's just that the market needs to pick up a few orders. It's picking up a few orders and it's gonna have that breakout. But you see, it's not trending. It's just gonna be like a doji still. It's still 0.12%. It's gonna reflip at 0%, and then attempt to continue to move up there because we've already created a bottom wick. So unfortunately, we're still not getting the sell confirmations. But definitely, if price comes back and then keeps retesting these zones and starts breaking through that area, that's still where we're looking for further sell side. And it shouldn't even come down there. Like, it really shouldn't come down there if we're not going to get at least some kind of a decent push down towards a range low right over here. You should just respect the zone and then continue to move up. Lots of resistance. Yeah, it's just, the problem is a lot of resistance. It's that 4 hour sort of like a supply area over here. That's the only thing it's having a hard time. So it's like it's a lot of heavy lifting. Hey, what's up, Benji? Nice to see you in the stream. Haven't seen you in a minute. Let's see if this thing can break. We just needed to move. See, also like US 100. US 100 currently not moving anywhere. But it has created, at least US 100 has created a resistance. So you got a resistance here, proper one again. You got like a 27 pip range, 30 pip range. Yeah, that's US 100. It's currently at a point A. Price on gold is also at a point A. So this is where like people getting like set up. They're kind of getting ready because the market's not in distribution phase. This will be distribution phase right here. So it's important to know what the difference is. When it starts to move like this and you still haven't been part of the trade, just know that it's in that distribution phase. So it means that maybe for your strategy, it just didn't give you an opportunity to get into that distribution phase. depending on what you're looking for. But this is an area where everybody is gonna kind of like, you know, wait. You're gonna wait and wait for the kind of confirmation over here. So like US 100 is just waiting. These are the price action, chat. Like, this is genuinely reading price action. We're not doing some garbage ICT stuff here where you're gonna draw a line from 10 years ago and then that's gonna be a fair value gap that needs to be hit today, that needs to be rejected off from. Like, that's not price action. Like, price action is raw. It happens in the moment. That's why, again, Mark Douglas, every moment in the market is unique. Markets, for the most part, find they got a memory. But most of the trades you take as a scalper definitely are going to require more raw recent data. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of us are just trying to catch like 20, 30 pips. Like, you only need like what's currently happening in the market right now. Catch 20, 30 pips. Sometimes it's going to move more than that, obviously. But you don't have to overcall. Even when you watch that Fabio Valentini, I think he also does the same thing. He also uses raw data. I think the only thing that brings him back is the POC. That brings his data back a bit further behind because that POC is more lagging. Its indicator is always going to be a more lagging indicator anyway. But he was basing this trade also off of, I believe, like what was currently happening in the market, especially for a scalper. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You see, like this trade we took yesterday? Look at this. Beautiful trade. Beautiful trade over here. Filled up the range nicely. Look at these other trades over here. You can keep running way more than 30 pips. But yeah, that's just up to you. If you want to hold or not. Gold trade at break. Oh, okay. This is previous analysis. Remember sending some chart work. I think that's the best way that you ever learn is just by doing. So if you're still learning process, don't be afraid of sending some chart work. You can label your charts. Here we have a really nice labeling system that you can follow. How you're gonna label your chart over here, and it's gonna make you into a better trader. Trust me. It's gonna make you into a better trader. You gotta start journaling. See, US 100 flirting with this area. We have a few rejections to the downside. Yeah, we need price to stick its head out like this. US 100 will stick its head out like this. So probably gonna increase the probability that it can continue to move up. So far there's no shock in the water in terms of NQ. NQ did the same thing here, played out beautifully, hit targets, did the same thing here, played out beautifully, hit targets. So, you know, like, I don't see much of a shock in the water. I think there's actually a lot more difficult that price is going to move down because you got like so many rejections over here. So where's the path of least resistance? It's going to be above. Here you're going to sell into like a support area. You got to wait for like price to pass through the path of least resistance. Then I think you're going to take a trade and it's going to be a good trade. But yeah, right now I just got to wait. See how now's on the 1 minute looks. Decent sized breakouts. Also setting up here. So yeah, it breaks above 25,281. Goldie is trying now to distribute. So here comes the distribution bus. Distribution bus. So I think it should be fine. It's attempting to move now. It's gathered up all the orders. It seems to be the case. Now I believe it's attempting to move up at this point. Let's see what that true range high is. Go around here. It's not the cleanest in terms of like the structure that I would be looking for an entry. Because it would be nice if this pulled down a bit more and then properly broke the highs here. This structure was much better for the sell. The sell, because that would have been the liquidity grab here, and then this would be the range from here to here. But you see, for the buy, it's a bit awkward. Because at least the lows are a bit more identifiable, whereas for the highs, you still had that previous fake out. So it'd be nicer to even see it come down heavy and then break the high right over there. I have to break that wick. It'd have to break this wick, but it's currently definitely attempting to flip, but we need some further confirmations. It would definitely need some further confirmations, but we're like 0.05%, literally like right below 50.59. It's getting ready though. This is definitely the point A though. This is definitely the bus stop. So what you're gonna actually see next, most likely is maybe some kind of a distribution where it's gonna see a bit more parabolic. So you're gonna be able to trace this back to where it came from, and you will see that this was the last bit of area that had structure before the move. And the question was whether you're able to execute on that. With a decent enough entry, decent enough stop loss. That's the only question about it, but we do know this is a point A, right? So remember, trading is a very lonely game. So over the years, this is how I've been perceiving the market as well. It's just like, you can just imagine here, you're just sitting and waiting with people at the bus stop, right? You're just waiting with people at the bus stop, getting ready for the next move to follow. And ideally, what you're trying to catch is that 10%, right? Most of the time, the market is just rangy. And it's usually just when price moves like that, people are getting paid. Right? When price moves like this, or when price moves like that. So ideally, that's kind of what we're looking for. That's what I'm looking for. Now it's creating a resistance. That would be nice. That's if I was looking for buys right now. But it's a proper big range. I still wanna low-key wanna see the sells, because the buys still have a lot of heavy lifting to do. The buyers still need to get even to get that daily flip and the rebreak of the 4-hour highs. We still need to get above this resistance level over here. By 50.80. I get through that level, and it's off to the races. Do I trade NQ now? Yeah, I'm kind of like watching it. Like, you see, the thing with NQ, the price action is actually pretty clean over here. I've been seeing a lot of the time when we're doing like this analysis here, it's all just playing out, you know? It's all just playing out. It's pretty good. Like, the hit rate on the analysis is pretty good. See, that's the thing. If you know how to read price action, you can trade anything. Right? So we're just kind of like watching NQ, because we don't trade GJ much anymore. So like NQ moves actually quite nice. I see. It respects PA quite beautifully. And that's the whole thing, you know, when you're like also paper trading, you're going to watch something happen for like a month, you know, maybe like 2 months. Then you start slowly executing. You slowly start to execute on those ideas. You know, but I think gold, oh man, like, y'all really like NQ more than gold? It's just because of restrictions. Some kind of a restriction over there. I don't get it. Like, NQ is nice, but man, gold is so much nicer. I'm trading more NAS just because gold's crazy. Oh, gold crazy stops and trading too much prop firm and Apex just took out gold. Oh yeah, you know why they took out gold? Because people are making money on gold. That's why they took out gold. They said you guys are making too much money over here. You know, the whole idea of this business is that you don't make money. So no gold for you. Go to NQ. Go trade NQ. That's what they're saying. But if NQ started moving like the way gold was moving, they'll take out NQ as well. They're going to remove NQ. And then if the next thing starts to move really good and you make money, they're going to remove that too. That's why I'm not such a big fan of prop firms. There's like too many constraints. I prefer a live account. If you got the money to trade a live account, just trade a live account, man. If you got like $1,000, slowly scale that up to 5K. I'd rather take a 5K live account than a 50K funded account. Like, just give me the 5K. I'll make it work. I'll make it work. Even if I take it less trades, 5% a day, I'll make it work. At least then that's going to be like solid profit, and something a bit in my mind will allow me to think a bit more professionally about that. But with funded programs, you're kind of like flipping them. You're kind of trying to get your payouts quickly. That's what they're good for. So don't worry about it. You know what's happening right now? It's unfortunate because a lot of you trying to like do funded accounts, you're slowing your progress down so much because the funded stuff should come at the end. You're learning to trade based off funded programs. Dude, you're going to be here for the next 5 years if that's still what you're going to be trying to do. Like, the thing I did was I left the funded programs towards the very end. Sure, I tried 1 or 2. I lost 3. I just wanted to try my luck. But I knew in the end, if I didn't lock it down, like actually understanding how to trade, I would never have these funded programs ever work for me. And if your mindset is geared towards how to pass funded accounts, man, trust me, like, this is going to be a short-lived career for you. Like, even if it works like for a while, like, you know, funded programs and all of these things, you never know what's going to happen, what kind of rules they're going to come up with next, and what kind of conditions they're going to give you. You know, you're going to find yourself having a hard time down the road. You know, that's what we're trying to avoid. We're trying to be here for the next 10 years with a solid foundation. You know, so if you can do this, even on a $500 account, slowly gain like 10% a month, even on a $500 account, that's something we can start talking about. You know what I mean? Like, these funded programs, man, trust me, they're holding you guys back. And the marketing has become so aggressive since when I was trading them in 2020, we only had one, which I can remember, like FTMO. We only had like one. The marketing now is so aggressive. Y'all are going to waste years and just make these guys rich. I promise you. If you don't go on your education grind right now, you're wasting time. Trust me. Trust me, you know, the environment now is like psychologically a lot more difficult for people than it was when I was trading. When I was trading, there was like maybe, man, I only knew like 3 live streams back in 2020. I knew maybe like, let's say a handful, like maybe 5. Now you have like 20 live streams. You know, you have so many of these live streamers, man. Like, the psychological warfare on you right now is so difficult. So you have to make sure that you're moving correctly, because there's a lot more noise than there was like just a few years ago. So you gotta be very careful about that. Don't waste your time. Trust me, the last thing you want to do is waste your time. Trading is one of those things that can easily take like 10 years of your life before you know it, and you're still gonna be doing the same thing. You know, so you gotta give yourself like some kind of a structure over there, some kind of a foundation. You gotta remove all the fugazi. Like, of these concepts that maybe you don't understand them, then just don't use them. If you don't truly understand how they're operating, just don't use them. That's why for me, I say all you get is price action. You know, you can't go wrong with candlesticks. That's all you get when you show up to the market is candlesticks. So if you can read candlesticks, then you know nothing to worry about over there. You're gonna be pretty good. But if you need something to supplement your trading all the time, and that supplementation is not the actual result. You know what I mean? It's like you go to the gym and you're taking testosterone and you think that you're doing well, but the moment you stop taking it, or you have no access to it anymore, what's going to happen to you? You know? Anyway, like, price is breaking up over here. You started to see now it should be filling this range. It's about like 26 pip range. It's already breaking from the accumulation, I see. So it should actually be moving up bullish. So let's see what the probability is that price can do what its buddies over here did for it to move up. I mean, yeah, for it to move up. It's like the same thing that happened here, same thing that happened here for that move down. You have like 3.3 minutes left for the candles there to close. But it is currently in an impulsive buy entry at the moment. I think that's why you saw volume starting to kick up a little bit as well. It's trying to have that breakthrough. Now it's just a matter of what is a probability that this one plays out. It continues to move up like this to fill up the range. But it is currently in a risk on environment. Whereas when it was down here, it was more of like a risk off, right? As it was still kind of setting up. So now this got a bit more risk on. That's when it starts to get a lot more interesting, because that's when you're either going to get like a beautiful payout, and if price does what it should do, which is actually to move up, then awesome. But right now is a time, you see it's like trying to push, but right now is also a time that gives opportunity for a false moves, for fake outs. But if price is supposed to do what price is meant to do based off price action, it's supposed to move up, because otherwise it should never have even broken those highs. And it doesn't seem like there's a shock in the water either. So far so good. Like, I've just been watching these setups play out. There's no liquidity grabs or anything like that. Actually, if any liquidity grab, it has more of this area here in its confluence, because it's rejecting the lows and trying to attempt to break the highs, if anything, you know. Whereas gold, on the other hand, is quite sketchy in terms of the way it's moving, because it wants to push up, but it's struggling to get those orders to keep moving up bullish. And it's like now in this kind of area where it's really second guessing what to do here. It's accumulating and it's trying to distribute, but it's struggling. And we've been seeing this struggle since the London Open right here. It's just been struggling a lot. We've been seeing those fake outs. We actually got caught in a situation like that once. It was a while ago. Price was like faking out to grab liquidity, and it will always catch you on the day that you overtrade. It's always the day that overtrade is going to look like something like this, when the market is maybe not too favorable and you want to always try and give your trade like a second chance. It always catches you on that day, because what it's doing is it's holding a lot. So when it holds a lot, you become impatient. And the market, as a Warren Buffett says, just an instrument to transfer wealth from the impatient to the patient. So in an area like this, it's so easy to get impatient, you know, especially if you want to go and do something. You got to go shopping soon, or you got to go and go somewhere. Man, you're going to take a trade. You're going to feel like taking a trade. You know, if your girlfriend is rushing you, she's saying, Rashid, we got to go. What are you doing? We got to go grocery shopping. They're going to be like, oh man, just give me like 5 more minutes. I already gave you 5 more minutes. And you got to take a trade quickly. And when you're going down the elevator with her, then she's going to be like, oh, why are you always on your phone, Rashid? Never paying attention to me. Now you're going to be stressed, because now you're in a trade. You're in a trade you knew you should not have taken, and your girlfriend is yelling in your ear. Man, come on, like, we've all been there. We've all been there before. Now you're just stressed. Now your whole day is ruined. Now you're just like at a bad mindset, I guess. Yeah, it's not good. That's the one thing that we all gonna go through. We all gonna go through that. Don't do premature execution. Yeah, I mean, right now we're chilling. Like, people are gonna respect you if you're gonna set times out of the day, right? So if you say that you're trading this time, and even your spouse shouldn't bother you that they know that you're gonna be trading this time. So you could be fully locked in, fully patient, because it's something, you know, when I had a year worth of savings from trading, it does something to you that helps you really take it more slow and allows you to make the right choices a bit better, right? There's some kind of a luxury there. I think you can give yourself this luxury every day if you just pick a time in the market that you're not going to be bothered. You guys, a very nice luxury that is. You know how much of a luxury that is? A lot of people got very busy lives. There's a reason why that sometimes you're going to feel like you're going to stay up late at night, because your mind feels throughout the day that you have not had control at all of your day, that it wants to gain back a self understand. It wants to give back its control to the mind by staying awake during the nighttime, because your day is so busy. By the time it's night, the only time you have free for yourself, but you want to stay up awake. You want to watch shows. You want to do what you want to do. You know what I mean? So it's a luxury, you know, if you can give yourself a proper 1 or 2 hours a day just to look at chart work without any distractions. Because your mind is your number one enemy. Your mind is not, it's not a geared to, it's geared more for like a survival, you know? So your mind can also play tricks on you. Can play tricks on you. You're gonna start seeing things which are not actually there. Dollar is softening, but why is BTC crashing? Because BTC has, oh wow, US 100 did a fakie. It didn't close above. It looks like it spiked above that area. Let's see how big. You see, this is why I don't trade US 100, because even a spike like this on gold would be like 20 pips, right? Even a move like this on gold would be like 20, 30 pips. On US 100, this is like what, 7 pips? There's 7 pips. So you're more prone to get into less forgiving price action. Correct? Like something like this on gold, man, easy 20, 30 pips. Especially with these conditions. You're in and you're out. Simple. But overall, US 100 is still a decent pair. I mean, eventually one has to fail. Otherwise, we would all just be taking back-to-back trades all day. Like since we came in during the London session, you already had one here and one here. But I guess on this one, the candle didn't even close above the resistance. It just kind of faked out the accumulation breakout. Let's see if there's another accumulation breakout here. Yeah, there's one right here on the sell-off by 25 to 96. There's only one accumulation breakout that played out, and 2 shotgun plays, and 1 losing accumulation breakout here. But let's see, BTC. You know, Bitcoin, it just doesn't have like enough value at the moment for it to go up. And dollar and Bitcoin, you see, the thing is, this is a very interesting correlation because you got Bitcoin as a base currency and then you got versus the US dollar. So if the dollar is going down, then Bitcoin should be going up, correct? And you can see Bitcoin is coming down on the daily. But even if you look at the DXY, you know, negative correlation or correlations are not, they're quite a big hit and miss. A correlation is just used as a kind of a confluence, you know? So like if you see dollars moving down and gold is moving up, you know, awesome. You get that negative correlation. But if you don't get it, then what are you going to do? Like you're not trading the higher time frames. Correlations, if you're not factoring correlations in with a broader due diligence, and if you're not trading the higher time frame, like most people who benefit off correlations are the ones who are trading the higher time frames for holding, position holding. For you, it makes no difference. You're just trying to catch like 20, 30 pips, I'm pretty sure. Like for a day trader, it doesn't really make much of a difference. Let me just say that. Even if it's more than 20, 30 pips, it doesn't make much of a difference. Because what are you going to do? What are you going to do if the dollar index is going down and let's say gold is down like 2%? Are you still going to be arguing with the market that why it's doing that? You know, as a trader, we don't ask so many why questions. You know, you have to limit those why questions. Those why questions, you're never going to execute. Always asking why. A trader is supposed to execute. So if price is moving down, who gives a shit what the correlation is? You're a day trader. You're just trying to be in and out of the market within like possible minutes, maybe even within an hour. You know, who gives a shit? Just execute. If it's part of the plan and if you see volume and momentum, that's your job. You know, if you can't execute, then you're just like an analyst as a day trader. So yeah, I think that's what it is. That's all that it is. You see what happens is over the years, you actually learn all of this stuff, but over the years, you slowly start removing them. Because you start to realize with a bit more data and experience, to like, why am I even following this? You know, then you kind of like scrape it off. It's just the same thing that when people are gonna say they can't trade red folder days, but it will get to a point you're gonna see your trades play out on red folder days a certain amount of times, and it will make you question why you're even doing that. Because sometimes in trading we do certain things that we don't know why we do, right? We just do it because it's become a small habit, but then after a while you realize like, why am I even doing this? Or let's see what I say about Nas. It grabs all his liquidity before the move. Yeah, it's liquidity. It's a bit volatile. There's a shock in the water now. Now there's a shock in the water. You can see what gives it away actually is the wicks. See the amount of wicks that show for me? See that volatility? There's now a shock in the water. That's what you get when you hang around the market for too long. Well, wow, gold is really not doing anything today. 0.24%. It's still looking at 59 over there. Contemplating to break and then continue to move up. But yeah, US 100 just got a shock. Lots of whips. Oh, you should consider US 30. It's not so wiki as NAS. Then why they call it the dirty 30? Let's see what the dirty 30 here is done. Ooh, dirty 30 is moving. Dirty 30 got more pips. It looks like it does move like a lot more. Oh wow, look at this moves. Holy, that's why they call it the dirty 30. And look at this accumulation break here. Ada Samay, boom, just freaking skyrocketed. The accumulation break to the downside. Right over here, fill up that range. Yeah, I like this PA. You know, this is why I trade gold. Is also the same reason as I see here on the dirty 30 is because when it picks a direction, it goes in that direction. You know what I mean? Like it has like a very nice push, very nice pushes, and very convinced momentum breaks. So that's why I like gold. I see with the US 100, it's pretty good. The PA is nice, but it's definitely a lot more slower. But you see with something like this, you don't even have to like fully write, you know, you just need to rewrite a bit. You just need to rewrite a bit every day. Just write a bit. Like even if it comes down like this, you had a move that moved up so much that you can secure at least 20, 30 pips. Right? Just need to rewrite a bit. Trust me, like, cause the way the market is designed, it's not typically designed for you to be right all the time, for every single trade to be an incredible runner. And you've seen like these people are gonna draw like something like this, and then they're gonna have something like this, and then they're gonna have something like this, and then they're waiting for price to come down. Man, the market's not designed for that. You know, at least from my experience, I know the market's not designed for that. It might look quite interesting to you when you see other people do it like this, but try be consistent like that. You just give it a go yourself and see what happens. You know, most of the time, I think what the struggle is also, even when you do catch a good trade, is managing the trade when it's in profit. You know, so now sometimes you're going to let a profitable trade come down to either break even or stop loss. Because even if you're trying to still catch like a pretty good move. is how do you still like manage the trade as it's going to profit? You know, and the market also moves in a specific way that it will make that process also difficult for you. That not every trade is just gonna go straight to profit. It's gonna chop down. So even like if you're trailing, it can eventually still go in your direction. So now you're stuck with the question of letting your stop loss hit, to trailing your stop loss, to maybe securing partials. You know, there's only a few angles now that you can attack it, right? So you kind of like start boxing yourself into what options you have remaining, and now you have to pick data for each one and see which one makes the most sense. And then also have to consider the market environment, the context of market environment. And you see like broader markets, like when we were moving up on gold, like quite exuberantly, like nice, you know, leave that stop loss, let that shit get hit, because there's a good chance that price is gonna go in your favor anyway because it's quite exuberant. So now you have to dig into that psychology of how you're gonna trade that market as opposed to how you trade a market which is not moving, right? You see, but people don't do that due diligence. So what ends up happening is they find that out later. So it can work out for now, but later on they're gonna find out, oh, maybe that was just a specific market condition. Then you start tweaking your trading, you start tweaking risk management. That's where it starts to get a bit more difficult. And you actually find out you're still in the trenches, you're still learning. So that's kind of like was my experience with also that system. And then slowly but surely, I thought, okay, if I can get price to go in my favor and reduce my risk when market gives me an opportunity to, like within a short time span, because I'm either going to be right or wrong about the trade anyway in a short time span, like that's much more manageable than leaving it open-ended. So you're in and you're out. But right now, US 100, what's it doing? It's liquidity grabbed. It's stuck in this no trade zone. Now it's stuck in this range. It liquidity grabbed the high, and it's still struggling to move down even after taking liquidity from the highs and re-breaking the lows. It's still struggling to give that follow through in this area. So going back to its old range like we had here, it's now going back to that. Going back to that market condition. What's the most memorable year for you since you began trading? Man, I think it was 2025, and now it's gonna be 2026. 2025 was the most memorable year for me here. Because I've never seen gold like this. You know, I was only profitable from 2021. I have never seen gold like this in my life. Never. So I think this is like the most memorable years has been 2025, 2026 so far. You know, all thanks to Trump, all thanks to the amount of uncertainty that's been in the market. Gold did its greatest push since, what was that, 1979, I think, last year. Man, like, gold is doing daily candlesticks, 2,000 pips. I'd never seen a daily candle do that in my life. Like, you see this candle that we had that massive sell-off? From wick to wick, this was like 4,000, 5,000. From, wait a second. From wick to wick, that was 7,000 pips. But from the market open, I think it was about 4,000. To where it closed, like 4,000, 5,000 pips. I'd never seen a candle like this. Should I show you how insane this looks? Like, let me measure this candle from wick to wick, and let me start bringing it down here. So this is just normal PA. When was the last time that you ever had a candle that big? You see this? We can like scan the whole market over here. So we're just gonna do a quick scan. When was the last time? You see? These are normal market conditions. Right over here. Normal market conditions, maybe a 5-minute candle pushes like 10, 15 pips. Now we got a 5-minute candle that can push even like 100 plus pips. We got candlesticks on the intraday time frame doing the average daily volume of gold, which is like 500 pips. 500 pips. So you're just getting that on just a freaking intraday time frame, like a 5-minute. You do like, you could possibly do like that much. 1-minute candlesticks doing like 100 pips. You see this? You're not ever gonna see this. We can go all the way back to the beginning of time all now you see with 2019, man, we can go all the way back. I don't think there's ever been a candle that size in all of history. This whole range over here, look at this. This is just that 1 minute candle. This whole price action from the 1st of November all the way down to June over here, 27th. That's how long it took for price to come down. We did that in a single day. A single day. So yeah, definitely I think 2025, 2026 is such an amazing time. And that's why funded programs are removing gold. Because people are making a shitload of money on gold. People are passing challenges. People are requesting payouts. Because gold is giving like so much opportunity. But that's why they removed the gold. They want to keep you here. They want to keep you here. This is where they want you. So you're never going to experience what a very lucrative market environment is. Because if you think about it, most people would be losing because if it's truly volatile and quite aggressive, then, you know, most people's stop losses should be getting hit. People should be failing challenges. They should actually promote gold and say trade more gold, but they don't for a reason. Same reason why we're up here 300% in 2025. Same reason we're already up here 96% in February. So yeah, some psychological warfare there. DJ Khaled said, they don't want you to win. You know, a prop firm is not your friend. It's like, if you ever watched the movie The Matrix, it's like that guy, that agent guy. They're gonna create you like a matrix where you think you have control, but you don't. Mr. Anderson. You know what's so funny? Me and Neo almost have me and Neo almost have the same birthday. He's born on the 13th of September in the movie. And I'm born on the 15th. Mr. Anderson. Agent Smith. Yeah, I got like Agent Smith. Agent Smith is all over the place. Agent Smith over here says, no, you can't trade gold. You gotta trade NQ. That's where we want you. No, forget about a live account. Why don't you just trade funded? You can be funded millions of dollars. Don't think about a real account. You know, let's make it more real. Go with a funded account. There are millions of dollars. You can get funded. People don't like hearing the truth. And I get it. I understand. It's but just go with the education. Like, trust me, just go with the education. It's a lot better. You get a much bigger bang for your buck. Because even if you put like $1,000 into a funded account, you gotta lose $1,000 and that's it. You don't get anything for it. Or like $500, $200, you don't get anything for it. And everybody gonna pay like different kind of tuition in the market. Some people pay a lot more and get the same degree. Some people are gonna pay a lot less. Yeah, obviously get the same degree. It's a skill-orientated business, trading. It's not luck. It has nothing to do with luck. No luck here. See, like right now gold is not moving, so we're not taking any trades. So you can see that has nothing to do with luck. But if we want to get lucky, then we kind of like force ourselves to take a position anywhere within this range if we're looking to get lucky. And that's going to be how you now start losing money unnecessarily. Because, you know, the thing about trading is if you take one bad trade and end up taking another trade, that really stains your progress and it makes it twice as hard to make that back and then come out as profitable. So you already want to limit it just to just one loss. So you see, most of the time, if I take a loss, I'm going to give myself time before I take the next trade. I'm going to come back next session or like the next day, but definitely not over trade one environment. So you can take one loss here and then you quickly overtrade the next one. There's a higher chance than you take a loss here and a loss here. Because every day, like, market's going to move, it's going to set up and then distribute. Set up and then distribute. You know, but sometimes if it sets up like this and then fails on the distribution, there's maybe just a chance it's just not ready to move. So it'll just keep faking out until a much later time when it actually moves. But then you'd have wasted a lot of ammo in these other areas before catching the actual move. What do you trade? Just gold? Yeah, gold and pretty much just gold. I'm up 3% on my phase 1 account and I lose so much energy to go over the line. Yeah, man. It's very sad, man. It's very sad because, you know, I've been streaming for like, I think, how long have we been streaming for? Like 3 years now? 3 years. And let me tell you, I see the rotation of people who come in and then go. That's typically what happens in markets. You know, they come and then they go. They come and then they go. But trading is one of those things where you kind of have to stick with it. You know, if you're gonna do something, stick with it. Like, you have to stick with it. I was with my community until the very end. You know, until I stopped and I was like, all right, thank you guys. And I'm still kind of like in that community, but not like actively at all. But I stuck with it, man. I stuck with it till the end. Till the end. Because I knew what I was learning was giving me like a foundation of what trading, like reading candlesticks and price action. But when you keep jumping like this, trading is one of those things, like, it's so easy to just keep jumping. You keep jumping all over the place. Basically, it happens like a never-ending loop. So you get stuck in a loop. Because there's always like a paradox. Even with trades, there's always a paradoxical effect. Like, if you overanalyze, there's always going to be a reason why any trade that you take is going to be a losing trade. Right? So I think that's kind of what makes trading difficult for a lot of people. Is that jumping. Jumping is good in the beginning because you got to learn this, you got to learn that, and then, but you got to somehow quickly come back. You have to somehow like rope that in, because the longer you're jumping, it's going to be harder for you to pull the rope back, because you're going to lose track of like even what you're doing at some point. You know, you got to find yourself all the way up over here and you don't even know like how to tie the dots anymore, because you're learning too many foreign concepts that have nothing to do with each other. So you can't be like learning TFX concepts, then you're going to be doing some other thing, and you know, it's too many things. You're doing too much. See, news are coming. Trump is speaking. Is that why we're ranging so much? Because this feels a bit unnatural for gold. Let's see, what time is it right now? 6:20. 6:20. The president participates in a private dinner at 6. That's PM. That's 9 a.m. in town pool call time. Wait, but that's gonna be at 9 a.m. Yeah, I think that's maybe something else. But it looks like gold is waiting for something. I'm not sure what it is. Unless it's the core retail sales, but that's all the way at 8:30. Like last time you had 500 viewers, but now most of them quitted. Yeah, most of them quitted. Some of them are gonna come back later. It's simply like that, you know. It's I also saw in my community as well, like some people were so active and then all of a sudden they would just like stop completely. But I think trading is just one of those things where it's like, it's gonna be for you or not for you, but either way, if you truly want to trade, you're always gonna find a way to be involved. You're always gonna be somehow involved with the market in one way or the other, because it's just become a part of you now. some people, they're just kind of trying it out, you know, just kind of trying it out. That's why you have to be very cautious about how you differentiate yourself from other people trying to learn the same skill as you. Because remember, like, not everybody's gonna have the same commitment as you. Not just because you start a business with your buddy doesn't mean he's gonna care as much of the business like you care about it. You know, at the end of the day, man, if you want it, you gotta go for it. And put in as much effort as possible to get 1% better each day. And the only like way you're gonna do this is you have to journal. I don't think, you know, the thing with journaling, it takes stress away from you, right? So you write it down, it's locked in. Whatever new habit it is that you have to do for the next day, it's locked in once you write it down. But if you just have it in your head, then it's very easy to lose track of it. So always get a good habit of writing things down like this and improving as quickly as possible. Don't leave it for later, just do it now. They say, like, Bill Gates, I think, says stress comes from not from the amount of work that you have, but from the amount of work that you're not doing. That's where stress comes from. So you gotta have all these things. Maybe learn something new today, you put it off for later. You have other things you gotta do, you put it off for later. That's where the stress comes from. It's not from the amount of work, but it's from the postponing of what you know that you have to do right now. So if you feel stressed about trading, look at those things that you are kind of postponing that you know that you have to do right now. Whatever that might be, it's usually a fleeting moment, these things. They just come and quickly go, but when it comes, you have to recognize it quickly and act on it, right? It's like those gut feelings. You got a gut feeling that, hey, maybe this might be the thing I need to do, then it quickly goes away. But then later on, when you look back at it, you say to yourself, like, shit, I knew I should have done that. I had this feeling, man, I knew I should have done that. You know, you gotta start practicing that as well in your day-to-day life, because the same thing as in trading, man. That's the same reason why we didn't take the sell here today. That was actually going to be a losing trade if we took it. Is because I've been in that situation before, and the moment I get that gut feeling, man, like, that's when I know this shit's not the trade. Because most of the time, you don't get that gut feeling when you know it's a trade and you should be executing on it. It just comes natural. It's a natural execution, natural flow. But the moment you start having that gut feeling, now your mind's going to start to play tricks on you. It's going to want to make you forget what you learned previously. It's going to start and do these certain things, you know, and get you in that same old bad habit. There's news. There has to be news. There has to be something. Because right now, the way US 100 looks and the way gold looks, it's like they're both waiting for some kind of a news here. But what news is it? Trump targets TetraFX users. Come on, man. What is this?
Due to the amount of profit from my work, I will tax TetraFX system users. Due to the amount of profit from my work, I will tax TetraFX system users.
IA. I think AI could create me a trading view. Still need liquidity providers. We'll probably design this. If gold trading somehow became no longer possible, what would be the fallback thing to trade that moves very similar, just hypothetically? I'd probably go back to GJ. I just trade GJ. At least I had good experience with GJ in the past. I used to trade mainly pound yen. Oh wow, look at these swings on pound yen as well. Very, very nice price action on pound yen of late. Holy. So it's going back to the way we know it to be. Yeah, pound yen used to be like very nice. The only problem with like in 2025, pound yen was trash. You know, so we stopped trading it completely, but I'll probably go back to pound yen. Just kind of stick with what I know. As I slowly look for something with a bit more volatility, maybe like US 30. GJ is gone for good. Yeah, it's gone for good. For not for good, but you know, the whole reason I traded GJ was just because people around me were trading GJ. But when I started thinking for myself, I asked myself even the question, why am I trading GJ? Like, fine, I can trade, it's tradable, but like, why am I trading GJ again? It's because people around me were trading GJ. It's the same reason why a lot of people right now really like NQ. But are you trading just because you like NQ, or are you trading because someone else likes NQ? You know? So you always gotta find like your own sort of path, like the furthermore you mature in the markets. But GJ is good, but it's not as good as gold. Like, honestly, chat, like... And the thing about gold, it's less manipulated than these other instruments. It's just something about gold, you know? It's more pure than trading, for example, like forex currencies or indexes. For me, always somehow feel a bit more unpredictable. For me, it's always like an index. When I think of an index, I think more of like holding for a longer time, an index. When I think of a currency like forex, I think more of like manipulation. You know, euro, you got GBP, Canadian dollar. There's a lot more room for manipulation, more internal politics affecting price movements as well. So when I look at all these other things, I start to look at gold. Man, gold is so much more pure. Silver, possibly even like platinum. Maybe I'd start trading platinum if I couldn't trade gold. Just need to monitor the way platinum here behaves. And I remember reading somewhere that even gold cannot be manipulated as much as other currencies because of the way that instrument is structured, I suppose. It's not like it doesn't have anything to do with any specific, like, I don't know. I just definitely don't feel the manipulation as much with gold. I feel like it does what it needs to do. Like, if you have an entry requirement and you execute on it, it means to either stop you out or pay you out. It just means to do it. Like, even you're gonna see, like, with our trades, sometimes we come super close to hitting the stop loss at like 16 or 20 pips, and then it completely reverses from that area. Even though it comes down with loads of volume, like you can see the trade that we took yesterday, it came down with a load of volume, but it still didn't like hit through the stop loss. So it's like with gold, it will mean to give you that result, whatever it is. You know, obviously provided you're not over trading, because if you overtrade any market, you're gonna lose. But yeah, that's why I like it. Maybe platinum might be the same case scenario over here too. Some of these other pairs, they're really dirty, you know. They kind of like trigger you in, but it's not like they're meant to really trigger you in. They're just doing it to mess with you, mess with your psychology. It's a relationship, you know. Build a relationship with your instrument. Understand your instrument. Sometimes it works in people's favors too, depending on how they trade that movement. I haven't seen gold like this in a while, chat. Like the last time I've seen gold that move this slow, I can't even remember. This far into the session, we're actually at pre-New York time right now. This is a pre-NY trade. This will be my first. If I was gonna get a setup, this would be literally my first pre-NY trade on stream, like since forever. Because most of our trades actually are gonna be coming in. If we're gonna be trading, it's gonna be coming in during that London Open time. So quite slow markets. It feels like it's waiting for something, but there's nothing really scheduled up until 8:30 a.m. Eastern. So US 100 is the same right here. We're gonna trade NY together, pre-NY. NY is in about like 1.5 hours. Pre-New York. Do. I could sense it today. That 16 pip stop loss is looking fat. It was not looking as small as it typically looks. This is how. Wait, let's see if I can find a picture of this. Google search wouldn't even look. It wouldn't even find the images for what I wanted to show you. It says it looks like there aren't any images matching this topic. How's that possible? Yeah, maybe it's best that I don't show what I wanted to show. But if you ever seen that image of like a really small girl in the middle of like two big men, like that's how my setup was looking. You know, that's how my setup was looking over here. So we're like waiting for price to come. These massive ass candles. Then I'll have like, you know, a nice little like 20 pip stop loss right over here, a polite 20 pip stop loss right over here. So that's kind of like how it looked like. Something so small, but candlesticks was so big. And you know, this thing was all the time hitting that entry and then still respecting the stop loss, even with it being so tight like this. But you see right now, even something like this is only about like 15 pips, like even less than 15 pips. But this would already look like some kind of a 20 pip with normal gold volume. So every day, get really good at scaling the candlesticks. You know, just look at how much these candlesticks are pushing. Get into a habit of scaling candles so you can see how many pips that they actually have. Yeah, right now, still got that same range high, range low. Gold falls on possible technical correction. Yen lift, dollar drift. What matters in US and global markets today? The dollar is back on the side on the slide this week, even as some confidence returns to the broader stock universe. With tech shares rallying and MSCI's all country index jumping to new records. I'll get into that and more. Let's see. Yen lift, dollar drift. I heard somewhere like the US is starting to buy a lot of yen right now. They're also kind of slowly moving away from this dollar. But that's what we're seeing overall, a shift away from the dollar. Three factors seem to be weighing on greenback. Once again, a post-election surge in the yen, accelerating gains in China's yuan to near 3-year highs. To market trepidation about a weak US employment report tomorrow. Trump administration plans to spare tech giants such as Amazon, Google, Microsoft from upcoming tariffs on chips and hyperscalers build out their AI data centers. Take it to the limit. Man, it feels so good to be back on MetaTrader. The OG platform. Let's go. I feel like CTrader sold a lot of money for me. Like, I don't know what's up with that platform, but I feel like my broker sold a lot of money for me, but you know. It is what it is. A lot of people complain about slippages, about a lot of these things, but you know the truth is, even with slippages, if you're not profitable, you're not profitable. It's not slippages, it's not commissions. It's just you. If you're not profitable, you're not profitable. Damn, this thing's not loading. Why are you not loading? Oh yeah, we got the same account. It's still gonna be the same account. Man, it's so simple. I really miss MT5, you know? It's so simple. I think there's a MetaTrader 4 though. But it's so simple. It does its job, right? It does what it's supposed to do. No bells and whistles. No stupid random updates with change interfaces. It does what it's supposed to do. Gets you in the market, gets you out the market. Man, it's crazy to look back at myself here. This is videos from I think it's 2021. It's so crazy that my psychology, I would say it's more or less the same as of right now. Obviously right now it's a lot better. But if I was looking back in time at this kid, I could see that the psychology, it really is not that much different. Which is crazy, you know, because there's not that much room from the moment you start finding profitability. There's maybe not that much room as you think to grow, except now if you take it to a higher level in terms of incorporating higher time frame volume. But you can get away with just trading normally on the intraday time frames, just getting your bread, just understanding the concepts of what you're trading. You can get away with it. I think it's sufficient enough. You don't have to be a genius. Imagine this, man. That's 2021 over here. I think we're still setting signals too. Beautiful freaking accumulation breakout that is. But trust me, man, to get to this point, yeah, I like being honest with you guys. To get to this point, I actually had to break away from a lot of normal thinking. like a lot of like what people around me were doing and what I was seeing on YouTube. Like I had to, there was a point where I completely had to break away from all those systems and all those things that a lot of people were like saying how to trade. And I don't even know how I came to realize the strategy. I still don't know how the hell that happened, but it's just getting 1% better every day. That's why I mean, like, journaling is so important. Because the only other guy I saw who traded breakouts when I was learning how to trade was Mamba FX. But I never learned from Mamba FX because I couldn't take him seriously. So I never learned from that guy. But he was the only guy I knew who was actually trading a breakout. Oh yeah, we've been doing this for quite some time over here. This is 2022 8th. And we've been doing this for a while. The good thing, the market doesn't change. The only thing that changes is the volume and how much money you're gonna make. Pretty much the same concepts. Why? What happened? What do you mean what happened? Do you like trading on PC instead of your phone? Yeah, because on PC, you know, you're in it. You have a specific time. You do it and you're done. With phone, you just keep doing like throughout the whole day. You're gonna be on your phone. Oh, C-Trader taking your money. Brokers have this little sneaky thing that they do. I don't know if it's a platform or what it is. Maybe it could have been the platform. I don't know what it is, but it has a sneaky thing that it does. Like within milliseconds, somehow there's a price difference with it, like milliseconds from the moment you hit close, because it also doesn't close out immediately. It's not like zero execution. There's all like a few milliseconds, and I feel like there's something, I don't know if it's like with the platform that have it with C-Trader or what it is, but it was never giving me my full profit. But like whereas with MetaTrader, I never really faced that problem before. And C-Trader is relatively new, I would say, like in the sense that also many people use C-Trader. Even though it's been an option for so long, at the same time, it feels a bit more new that most people just gravitate towards MetaTrader. I think the execution speeds and everything is just much better. I opened an account with them last week and had bad first impressions. What were your bad impressions? Yeah, I'm still with them. I'm still with the same broker. They're pretty good. I don't have any problems with them. They're quite fast. Like, they respond to my questions quite quickly. Maybe you just have to build a reputation with them. We'll stay with them for a bit longer. I don't know. But yeah, for the most part, the only bad experience I had with them was in 2020. One time, there was a trade I couldn't close. I was trying to close a trade, but it would not close. That was the only thing. Ever since then, like, there's been nothing. I showed you a trade I took the same as you. Oh, you lost 10 pips because you may be on a standard account. Go on a raw spread account. Either like a true ECN account, which has like tighter spreads. Yeah, don't do standard account. Standard account, you're gonna pay no commission, but you might have bigger spread. Or it could have just been an unfortunate thing where the market spreads were just big during that time. But if ever since then you never had a problem, then it could have been like a specific situation. It is raw spread. Maybe it was news slippages. Why would you get like a 10 pip slippage? Maybe it was news. Maybe something must have happened, you know? Maybe something happened. But if you haven't experienced that again, then maybe it's just like unfortunate thing that happened, you know? As long as it's not happening like daily. If you try a buy now, will it slip you 10 pips? Oh, okay. You haven't traded it since? Been on challenge instead? It's a crazy challenge wave that's going on now. Challenges, challenges, challenges. I want to win so much money until my broker removes from B book and puts me in A book. It's a nice little. It looks like a grab that happened here. Look at this. The accumulation grab starts getting through these lows here. You might see a bit more of a push. Quite quiet. 50.43-ish. Breaks below like 50.43-ish. Damn, I haven't seen gold move this slow, chat. Like, this is weird. This is so weird. How is it moving so slow? I've never freaking seen gold move this slow. Like, since probably sometime last year. There's no news. Why is it moving so slow? I'm gonna go watch Snowfall right now. I'm trying to watch season 1. Everybody's gotta have a dream. If y'all watch Snowfall, such a good series. I'm actually quite enjoying it. Supply and demand. You learn some about trading in that series about supply and demand. Oh yeah, we got the shot. Exactly. This is the guy. This is a pecker right here. He has a little pecker like off the window, out the water like this. It's like a fuck you. I'm around. It's just letting you know with that little fin. Just letting you know I'm around here. That's why he's not doing anything now. He's actually quite calm. It's a calm shock, you know. He's just swimming in the water. He's enjoying the nice water temperatures in there. He's just chilling. He's not doing much, but he's definitely in there. Why do sharks do this in the first place? Does anybody know? Why does a shark feel the need to put its pecker out? And then go a bit in the air? Are they just feeling the air? Like when you put your hand out the window of a driving car, you know? It's just like filling the air. I'm falling asleep. Oh, we're losing you, Benji. Stay awake. Don't go into the darkness. You watch this like a nice, you know, this is the thing about these trading videos is obviously there's a lot of waiting. There's a lot of technicals, you know, like there's not much visual stimulation here. So it gets boring. So you just gotta treat like you're listening to sometimes like an audiobook. You know, because sometimes you gotta watch these videos. They're so long videos. Like we've been streaming almost like 4 hours. But you know, subconsciously still that helps you understand the value of patience even. So that's still definitely a skill that you will have to refine nonetheless. And that's where the value of that comes in. Need some action from gold, yep. We've all been waiting for the same action, but you know, sometimes also no action is it's okay. You know, for the thing with gold is if you read these fundamentals, it's been saying that it's due for a correction, and a healthy one, that is. A healthy consolidation, because we've had so much action of late that has also like overstimulated this market. So that's how we're slowly seeing it like going back to its roots, slowly but surely, as a way for more catalysts to unfold. You have some more catalysts, then you're gonna see like Man, like if you've been trading for let's say the last 3 years, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you're still a new trader, then what I'm saying still might not be hitting home as much. But there's certain ways that prices are always just gonna be moving, you know, based off what market condition it's sitting in. And this is just typical gold. Like it's going back to typical gold candlesticks, much smaller, not as large, but still quite big, but not as big as they were before. Slowly coming down, calming down. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm gonna miss these conditions. Y'all don't even know. They're gonna open up gold. Don't worry. The prop firms are gonna allow you to trade gold again soon. If this doesn't start moving crazy, it's gonna go back normal. Prop firms are gonna allow you to trade gold in like the next month. It just needs to go back because they can see this as well. They understand these things. These are people who've been in the industry for a long time. The moment it goes back to normal, it's slowly getting back to them. They're gonna let you trade gold again. Just not now. Not now when you can make money, but like later. So I don't really typically affiliate with prop firms. I don't know. I feel like they're a bit dirty. I would rather advise and advocate for education than quick get rich quick stuff, you know? Because you don't have time to waste. See, maybe we can start kicking up some volume over here soon. We're just right underneath 50.59. That daily is about to flip 0.07, 0.08. But I feel like once it starts moving, that volume and activity will come back in. It's just low activity right now. Maybe not enough like sellers or traders at the desks. So we're not seeing much movement. So US 100 is quiet over here. It's still struggling. You see, it wants to break out and fill this range on US 100, but it needs volume of some sort. You know, we've already like hit pre-New York. Volume should have come in now technically. So now the next point volume is gonna come in should be in the next hour. That's gonna be the New York session open. So it looks like London and pre-NY for the most part, unless this next hourly candle can move, has just been like a big lunchtime for people. Maybe like because we got core retail sales today or something, but there hasn't been that much activity in both markets. You can see when we started off here, consolidation. It started breaking nicely. We had a couple of swings at least, but nothing too major. Seeing a daily flip on gold. Yeah, it's coming in soon. All right, chat. You know, market's not doing anything. I think I'm gonna head out here. Appreciate everybody tuning into the stream here today. I will see you all tomorrow. Take care. Take care. Adios. Adios. See you later, Discord. We close the Discord here. See you all tomorrow. See you. All right. Goodbye, YouTube.
Pull up in the whip, face, diamond like a grid, no time for this slip. Hold me now, we bout to dip.